vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita, yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu, harus rame-rame.
Serame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Serame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkereta-apian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekedar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Serame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkereta-apian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Utama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Utama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Serame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia.
and pay attention to your surroundings. Allow us to ask you, for those who accompany the guest, please move to the back of this ballroom. So for those who are here to accompany our participants, please move toward the back of this ballroom. We're going to start with our agenda very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask
Bapak Ibu sekalian,
and take your seats as the program will commence shortly. Please ensure that your mobile devices are set to silent mode. We also kindly remind all guests to remain in the hall during the event. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, acara
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with our agenda very soon. So we kindly ask you to take a seat that has already been designated and prepared for you. And we also ask you to put your mobile phone on silent mode. So once again, because we want to support the smoothness of this event, please put your handphone or mobile phone on silent mode. We are going to start with our agenda now.
Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kami mohon sekali lagi untuk bisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to your seat because the minister is going to enter our plenary hall very soon and we're going to start with our agenda. So please take your seat now. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development, His Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono and Ibu Anissa Pohan Yudhoyono, and also warm welcome to the Minister of Transmigration, His Excellency Bapak Muhammad Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanagara. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Indonesia's national anthem. Indonesia Raya. Please be seated.
Indonesia, a vast and fertile land, where hope lies hidden in every horizon. But hope only grows when someone dares to plant it. The command has been spoken. A single voice. A single vision. We rise. Pioneers of progress. Warriors of civilization. Our mission is not just to build, but to awaken a nation's soul. Under searing skies, in the stillness of no man's land, we drove stakes into silence. We are not just laying foundations. We are claiming back time, defying the weight of delay. As energy demand surges and resources grow scarce, we do not falter. Floating solar panels, where light dances on water, point the way forward. We turn waste into power, hydropower, and geothermal energy, clean, efficient, and reliable. Fuel our sustainable future. This is not mere construction. This is resurrection. We stitch the heartbeat of a new Indonesia. One that pulses with promise and possibility. Through every obstacle, across every frontier, we press forward. We are the front line, undaunted, unwavering, toward the rise of a greater Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu.
Peace be upon our soul. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony on the International Conference on Infrastructure 2025. May we give a big round of applause for this magnificent event. My name is Rahma Alia, and it is an honor to be standing here in front of you as a Master of Ceremonies on this prestigious moment. And first and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. The Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, selamat pagi, and also Ibu Anissa Pohan Yudhoyono, very good morning to you as well, and welcome. Vice Chairman Regional Representative Council, His Excellency Bapak Tamsil Lindrung, selamat datang. Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Dodi Hanggodo. The Minister of Transmigration, His Excellency Bapak Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanagara. The Vice Minister of Transportation, His Excellency Bapak Suntana. The Vice Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning, Vice Head of National Land Agency, His Excellency Bapak Ossi Darmawan. And Of course, other ministers from the Merah Putih cabinet and heads of regional government, honorable ambassadors and representatives of friendly countries, and of course, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. International Conference on Infrastructure 2025 serves as a strategic platform that brings together government representatives, private sectors, and global partners in pursuit for a more sustainable, inclusive, and climate-resilient infrastructure future. And this year's theme, Sustainable Infrastructure for the Future, Innovation and Collaboration, aims to foster the exchange of ideas, strengthen collaboration, and accelerate investment in advancing adaptive infrastructure development. On that note, infrastructure development remains a national priority. Coordinated efforts and continue to advance Indonesia's vision for an inclusive, resilient, and future-ready infrastructure landscape. And now, I would like to invite you all to please direct your attention to the screen for a video from the Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development.
Indonesia, a nation of over 17,000 islands, stretching across 3 time zones. Home to more than 280 million people, the 4th largest population on Earth. A land of extraordinary diversity, vast potential, and bold ambition. But also, a nation facing extraordinary challenges. With 60% of our population living in urban areas, we grapple with rising congestion, worsening pollution, and increasing demands for public services. And yet, our path forward is clear. We have to keep building infrastructure. Infrastructure that delivers real impact. Infrastructure that is resilient, inclusive, and ready for the future. We are building not only roads and bridges, but pathways to opportunity. We are opening ports and airports, not only for trade, but for shared prosperity. We are strengthening our food, energy, and water security. Not just for today, but for generations to come. We are planning cities where every child can learn, every family has a home, and every citizen has a future. Where opportunity doesn't depend on status, but is shared by all. As we are facing a climate crisis, waiting is not an option. We need to be acting with foresight, with innovation, with purpose. We need to be building climate resilience into the very foundation of our development. But we cannot do this alone. We need our partners to share knowledge, amplify impact, and grow together. This is a collective transformation, a national endeavor. Under the leadership of President Prabowo Subianto, with the steadfast support of the global community, and through the collaboration of all our stakeholders, Indonesia is turning vision into action, building a future for all. And now, we are ready to share our relevant stories to the world.
Indonesia believes that sustainability is not just about surviving crisis, but about uplifting people, protecting the planet, and fostering prosperity.
Welcome to the International Conference on Infrastructure 2025. This is why we gather here, to learn, to share, to partner, to build infrastructure that is strong and sustainable, logistics systems that are integrated and efficient, communities that are not only inclusive but productive. Over the next 2 days at JICC, we convene for bold ideas, meaningful dialogue, and real commitments.
Mari kita bangun Indonesia. Mari kita jaga kekayaan Indonesia. Supaya kekayaan Indonesia dinikmati oleh seluruh rakyat Indonesia.
Together, we turn vision into reality for our cities, our regions, and our world. Because to build infrastructure is to build hope, to build unity, to build peace, and to build the future together.
Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now we invite the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development to deliver his opening remarks. His Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, the stage is now yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessing be upon you. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning and welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia. Your Excellencies, Ministers of Kabinet Merah Putih, hadir bersama kita.
We have with us the Minister of Public Works, Mr. Dodi Hanggodo. We have Minister of Transmigration, Mr. Ivita Sulaiman, and the Minister of SME, Bapak Mahman Abdurrahman, and Minister of Creative Economy, Bapak Teguh Iftirasa, and the Vice Chairman of DPD Indonesia, Bapak Tamsil, and also the head of agencies, the Vice Ministers, the head of agencies whose name I apologize for not being able to mention one by one, and also the member of our parliaments.
Present today, para gubernur dan wakil gubernur,
the governors, and also deputy governors. Let's give a big round of applause for our regional leaders.
Development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, allow me to share a brief personal reflection. A few years ago, I traveled to a remote village in eastern part of Indonesia. The journey took plains, boats, and hours of rough roads. When I finally arrived, a local elder welcomed me with a quiet smile and said, "We may live far from Jakarta, but our hopes are the same." That hit me very hard in my heart. And that moment has never left me. Because whether we are policymakers in capital cities or farmers in distant islands, our mission is shared to build a future where opportunity reaches everyone. It is with that spirit and with deep honor that I welcome you all to the International Conference on Infrastructure 2025. This year, we are proud to host participants from across 6 continents, reflecting the truly global nature of our shared mission. To each of you, whether you have traveled from afar or join us from nearby, I offer my heartfelt thanks. Your presence is more than symbolic. It reflects a collective determination for a better, more connected future. That vision finds deep resonance in the story of Indonesia itself, a vast archipelago of over 17,000 islands, home to 280 million people living across 3 time zones. From Sabang to Merauke, from Miangas to Rote, our diversity is immense, but our purpose is united. Today, Indonesia is not just confronting challenges, we are racing against 3 urgent clocks. First, the demographic clock. Over 3 million new citizens are born each year. We must scale housing, services, and opportunity to meet their demands. Second, the economic clock. We must lift millions into the middle class, share prosperity more broadly, and sharpen our global competitiveness. Third, the ecological clock. Climate change is no longer a future threat. It is a present crisis, disrupting our cities, eroding coastlines, and straining our food and water system. It is precisely against this backdrop of urgent opportunity and rising risk that we convene ICI 2025 under the theme Sustainable Infrastructure for the Future, Innovation and Collaboration. Let this not be just another forum. Let it be a launchpad for bold, transformative action. This decade will define Indonesia's trajectory. Our success will depend on what we build, how we build it, and above all, who we build it for. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today Indonesia stands at a defining moment. We are the world's 4th most populous nation, a rising middle-income economy, and a critical bridge between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. President Prabowo Subianto has laid out a clear and bold development agenda. We must secure our nation's future by strengthening food security, water security, energy security through integrated, equitable, and sustainable future. Indonesia has also set an ambitious national target to reach 8% economic growth in the coming years. To get there, we cannot rely on domestic consumption alone. We must unlock the full potential of our real economy, from farms to factories, from ports to digital platforms. That means bold investment on infrastructure. Infrastructure that reduces logistic costs and increases productivity. Infrastructure that secures water for agriculture, energy for industry, and housing for workers. Infrastructure that improves urban mobility, connects rural areas, and attracts climate-aligned investment. In short, infrastructure is the foundation of inclusive, high-quality growth. If we build wisely, with resilience, equity, and urgency, we will not only reach high economic growth, but also sustain it for generations. As Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development, I have the privilege and the responsibility of ensuring this vision is translated into action. Our ministry coordinates 5 critical portfolios. Number 1, agrarian and spatial planning, which manages land use, tenure, security,
and equity. Second is public works, which ensures access to clean water, sanitation, roads and bridges. Number three is transportation, which integrates sea, land, and air connectivity across archipelago. Number four is housing and settlement areas, which works to make affordable, livable, safe communities a reality for all Indonesian. And last but not least, transmigration, which supports frontier communities and regional balance. This is not about isolated projects. It is about systems, networks, and resilience. We coordinate not just programs, but purpose. Every new highway must unlock economic potential. Every new port must integrate seamlessly into our logistics ecosystem. Infrastructure must do more than exist. It must work as a unified system to lift communities, drive opportunity, and bind the nation together. Let me now highlight 5 priority areas anchoring our infrastructure strategy under President Prabowo Subianto's vision. Number 1, infrastructure for food and water security. A self-reliant future starts with food and water security. That is why we are rehabilitating over 2.5 million hectares of irrigation, building multi-purpose dams, expanding cold storage, and strengthening agro-logistics. In Central Java, modern irrigation and resilient rural roads are already raising yields and improving farmers' incomes. We are investing not just in agriculture, but in the infrastructures that enables it to thrive. Number 2, clean energy infrastructure. Indonesia's energy future must be both secure and sustainable. We are scaling up solar, hydro, geothermal, and waste-to-energy alongside smart grids and rural electrification. Electric vehicle growth, industrial demand, and digital infrastructure will sharply increase energy demands. Our new National Electricity Supply Plan 2025-2034 targets 69.5 gigawatt in additional capacity, 76% from renewable and storage. These efforts are part of our long-term commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2060. Number 3, seamless and equitable connectivity. We are building integrated transport corridors, rail, roads, ports, and airports, especially in underserved regions like Papua, Maluku, Nusa Tenggara, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. Connectivity must reach all corners of our archipelago. We are also accelerating digital infrastructure. Broadband is as vital as bridges in a digital economy. The growth of AI-ready data centers will expand access to education, healthcare, and opportunity nationwide. Number 4, livable and resilient cities. By 2045, over 70% of Indonesians will live in cities without action. Today's urban challenges will become tomorrow's crisis. We are investing in affordable housing, transit-oriented development, green buildings, air quality, and flood control. In Northern Java, land subsidence and sea level rise threaten millions. We are responding with a multi-phase initiative to protect coastal populations aligned with our climate adaptation goals. Cities must be not only greener, but safer, healthier, and more inclusive. And last but not least, number 5, financing reform for sustainable infrastructure. No vision can succeed without viable financing. We are building a robust ecosystem for infrastructure financing that combines innovation, partnership, and long-term value creation. This includes scaling PPPs, public-private partnerships, launching green bonds, and expanding blended finance platforms. We will work with Danantara and global partners to improve bankability and de-risk projects across sectors. We welcome global investors, not just to profit, but to partner with us in long-term transformation. These are the key topics that we will explore together over the next 2 days at ICI 2025. Indonesia is open for business. But we are also clear, investment must align with our national priorities, climate commitments, and people-first development goals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that infrastructure is no longer just a national concern. It is part of a broader global compact that advances climate resilience, equity, and peaceful cooperation. In ASEAN, we are working to integrate transport, energy, and digital infrastructure to enhance regional connectivity, competitiveness, and supply chain resilience. In the G20, Indonesia is actively promoting infrastructure financing that is not only greener, but also fair, more accessible, and more responsive to the real needs of developing and emerging economies. Through South-South cooperation, we are sharing practical models of inclusive and climate-aligned infrastructure. These range from coastal protection and rural electrification to blended finance instruments and digital connectivity for remote communities. Our approach is grounded in humility and purpose. We are here to learn, to lead, and to co-create. As the world's third largest democracy and a natural bridge between Asia, Africa, and the Pacific, Indonesia stands ready to contribute to a global development agenda that is not only sustainable, but also just. Because prosperity must be inclusive, and sustainability must reflect the realities of countries like ours, where resilience is built not in boardrooms alone, but in farms, villages, coastlines, and informal economies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, let us remember that infrastructure is not just about what we build, but about what we enable. It is about enabling a child to study safely at school, a farmer to irrigate their crops in a changing climate, a family to access clean water, and an entrepreneur to bring their ideas to market. As we work to build national resilience, let us remember that it begins with people. By lifting them from poverty, securing their basic needs, and protecting their future in the face of climate change. Let this conference be a platform for bold commitments, for cross-border collaboration, and for transformational partnerships. We invite you to walk with us and to build systems that are not only strong, but also just, not only resilient, but also regenerative, not only modern, but also meaningful. Thank you for your presence, your partnership, and your purpose. May the outcomes of ICI 2025 serve as a foundation for a better, more connected, and more resilient world. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Kindly remain on the stage as we continue with the opening ceremony procession. And we also kindly invite the Minister of Public Works, the Minister of Transmigration, the Vice Minister of Housing and Settlement, the Vice Minister of Transportation, and the Vice Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Vice Head of National Land Agency, to join on stage for the opening ceremony procession. And the procession will be marked by touching the LED cube as seen on the stage by the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development. Mr. Minister, be ready with your palm close by the LED cube. Under my count, in 3, 2, 1. The International Conference on Infrastructure 2025 is officially open. Please give a big round of applause for this prestigious moment. And now we invite Excellencies to have a group photo session to commemorate this prestigious moment. Very well, thank you very much. Excellencies, you may all return to your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Infrastructure 2025. Once again, please give a big round of applause for the International Conference on Infrastructure 2025. It is a milestone indeed. And may this conference strengthen cross-sector collaboration and bring forth strategic solutions that advance Indonesia's infrastructure landscape. And the next session, a keynote speech by the Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia that will begin in a few minutes. It will highlight the theme, Building Resilient Foundations, Strengthening Core Infrastructure for Cities of Tomorrow. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia for the keynote speech. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, mercy, and blessing be upon us all. His Excellency Coordinating Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development, Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, and Madam Anissa, His Excellency Minister of Transportation, Pak Ipita, Minister of Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises, UMKM, His Excellency Minister of Creative Ekonomi, Bapak Rifki, His Excellency Vice Minister of ATR BPN, of Perumahan, Pak KB, His Excellency Deputy Chairman of Regional Representative Council, Pak Tamsil, His Her Excellency Vice Minister of Ibu Wamendagri, maaf Bu, saya cari-cari maaf, para Gubernur, Wali Kota, Bupati yang hadir, Excellencies of Ambassadors from friendly and partners countries, head of international organization, development institution, and global association, leaders of some private sectors, banking and state-owned enterprises, representative from academics and research institutions, all distinguished participants of Indonesia International Conference of Infrastructure. Good morning. Thank you very much for your time and to attend this important conference this morning. It is my great honor to join you all at the ICI, the Indonesia International Conference on Infrastructure, this year 2025. The theme that we carry today is Building Resilience Foundation for Cities of Tomorrow. It's actually more than just timely, but also essential, because we all know that future we talk about is actually already here. It's already been stated by our coordinator minister. Urban growth is rapidly accelerating. Global climate risks are rising. People expectations are evolving, and in this context, infrastructure must do more than ever before. Indonesia understands the challenge deeply, with more than 270 million citizens living across over 17,000 islands. Complexity is our everyday reality, but within that complexity, of course, lies the great opportunity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we in public sectors respond with 6 key principles on building resilient foundation. Namely, first, resilience, connectivity, sustainability, inclusivity, innovation, and good governance. These principles, believe, are not just strategies. They are part of our broader vision. A vision inspired by the Astacita, the 8 missions set by our elected president, Mr. Prabowo, and then the vice president, Mr. Gibran. And with those missions, especially number 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8, we see our role to uphold the dignity, to drive the transformation, to ensure fairness, to build with purpose. To translate this vision into action, we follow the 2025-2029 Medium-Term Development Plan. We call it RPJMN. It gives us a compass, a clear national direction, and at the center of that, we have what we call the PU 608 vision, which means an ICOR or incremental capital output ratio must be below 6, which means that we have to invest effectively, efficiently, smarter. It's not, that means it's not just bigger, but have to be effective and efficient. We have to have to live the poverty, to reach the zero poverty, because every road and every pipe that we build must live life. And also 8% economic growth within 2029, because resilience must also bring prosperity. Moreover, allow me to highlight several key initiatives, not only an examples of our progress, but as an open invitation for more collaboration and investment. These are, of course, the opportunities, real, ready, and aligned with our national priorities. For partners like you all to join hand in hand with us in Indonesia. First of all, we are currently transforming 50 cities through the National Urban Development Project in collaboration with national ministers and the World Bank. These cities are ready to embrace smart infrastructure, inclusive growth, and sustainability investment between the year of 2025 until 29. Second, we are putting ESG principle, environmental, social, and governance into real action with the help of the World Bank, of course. Guided also by the ministerial regulation and applied across all of our infrastructure programs currently. Our sustainable buildings now save up to 83% of water and 35% of energy. As I mentioned earlier, in collaboration with the World Bank, we have already integrated these principles into the PPP project, public-private partnership, that is Dinalata Mini Power Hydro Plant and Sadawarna Dam. We are also working with the Australian government to develop the sharing tools, greenhouse emission reduction in infrastructure, to measure and monitor the emissions. These efforts actually reflect Indonesia's readiness for responsibility of the high-impact investment. Third, we are currently building the Giant Sea Wall program, extending across from Cilegon up to Gresik and the East Java to protect our northern coast and communities. Project like the Jakarta Seawall, and also currently the Semarang Demak toll actually opens door for long-term investment and integrated climate resilience. Fourth, we are utilizing existing, ongoing, and new proposed dam. It's not just for the irrigation, but for the renewable energy and also power partnership. Some dam projects like Arsari, Muara Jula, and Pantarang Dam are examples where investment and innovation can come together under the scheme of public-private partnership, especially on captive power models. Fifth, we are also leading in waste management reform with 10 waste-to-energy pilot project, including intermediate treatment facility in Cilacap, Suruan, and some other place. The cities are definitely looking for partners to scale up the operation and replicate sustainable solution. Six, we are also securing clean water through, let's say, Jatiluhur first project, a public-private partnership that supplies about 5,700 liters per second to Greater Jakarta. And at the same time, we are improving our irrigation system, especially to cut the agriculture water use from 80% to 60%. We are currently has been successfully tried within our West Java area. It shows how infrastructure can both climate resilient and also commercially viable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, resilience doesn't come from concrete alone, but it also comes from how we think, how we plan, and how we engage. That's why we also focus on 4 supporting strategies, which are smart infrastructure, definitely powered by AI, artificial intelligence, and also digital tools to optimize traffic, save energy, and improve disaster response. Secondly, the green urban planning with more public space, better transit, and buildings that adapt to climate change. Third is resilient construction to withstand floods, earthquakes, and extreme weather. Last but not least is the community engagement, because cities thrive when people are part of the story. All of this part of our national development strategy. So it is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Agreement, and definitely is open to ideas, collaboration, and definitely to partnership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, strengthening infrastructure to the future means rethinking our approach from capacity to resilience, from scale to purpose, from short-term delivery to long-term sustainability. And we all know that no country can do this alone. We strongly believe in partnership within the governments, financial institutions, the private sectors, and development sectors. Let us build it together, because the city of tomorrow definitely depend on these choices that we make today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum, the ICI, is more than a conference. It is actually a space to share ideas, showcase technologies, and commit to action. And I sincerely hope, because of the spirit in this room, is the spirit of shared progress. Let me close our remarks with more remarks. Tomorrow, infrastructure must be smarter, greener, and shall be built together. And that begins with the trust. That's why we are pleased to continue our effort to continue deregulation, to make rules more clearer, process more faster, and the investment itself more seamless. Hence, to meet our 2025-2029 target, we require over about 1,900 trillions in funding, and with the government limited fiscal covering only about 60%, which means that the rest must come from smart and collaborative financing. We are ready to offer about 55 PPP project, and sincerely hope within today ICI, 9 of them with about 90 trillion are open for new investment. Let this be our call to build not only the infrastructure, but impact that really lasts. This is our moment. Let's join hands together and build the infrastructure that truly matters, especially for our country, Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your remarks, Your Excellency. Please kindly remain on the stage as we continue with the MOU signing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed to the signing of MOU between the Ministry of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia and the government of the Special Capital Region of Jakarta, Republic of Indonesia. So, therefore, we invite the signatories to please come forward. The Director General of Water Resources, Ministry of Public Works, Ibu Lili Retno Cahyadiningsih, please come forward. And Regional Secretary of Jakarta Capital City Government, Bapak Marullah Matali. And the signing will be witnessed by the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, and the Minister of Public Works, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Dodi Hanggodo. Let us now proceed with the MOU signing. please signatories proceed with the signing. This agreement symbolizes a strategic synergy in planning, implementing, and managing the establishment of integrated development in the coast of the nation's capital, Jakarta Bay Phase A. And let's use this opportunity for a photo session. And please show the MOU document to the cameras. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, everyone. You may all return to your seats. And once again, let's give a big round of applause for the commemorative of this important collaborations for infrastructure of Indonesia. And once again, we convey our sincere appreciation to the Minister of Public Works for their gracious presence and their continued commitment to Indonesia's infrastructure agenda. And ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. As we transition into our next agenda, just a gentle reminder, for those of you who require interpretation devices, they are available near the door. So please feel free to use the channels that you need as designated languages are available. Should you need any assistance, our team are on standby by the entrance door and be more happy to assist you. And I trust everyone is in high spirits and ready to engage fully in the days ahead. It is said that a strong infrastructure builds a strong nation, and we believe that this conference will strengthen both our networks and our vision for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in the room as our next session will be started very soon. And this morning, we'll commence with the first plenary session centered on the theme that is critical to the future of our urban landscapes, future-proofing cities, revitalizing basic urban infrastructure. We know that cities today are growing at an unprecedented pace, and with that growth comes the challenge to keep up with basic infrastructure needs that are inclusive, sustainable, and climate response. This session will shed light on how we can rethink and rebuild the foundations of our cities, that they are not only able to withstand future challenges, but also thrive. And together, we will explore strategic approaches to transform our cities into engines of sustainable growth with a focus on key areas such as water supply and sanitation, solid waste management, energy and electrification, digital connectivity, and urban mobility through public transportation. These basic services may sound simple, but they are, in fact, the backbone of a functioning, future-ready city. And we'll focus also on investing in and revitalizing these essential infrastructures. We can build cities that are not only smarter and more efficient, but also more resilient, equitable, and humane. So please stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're just moments away from kicking off this important session. Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder that our next session, which is the first plenary session, will begin very soon. So please stay at the plenary hall. Once again, we'll start our session very soon. So please be ready and make way to your seats. Thank you. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the first session of the day. We now move into our first panel session for today, framed under the theme, Future-Proofing Cities, Revitalizing Basic Urban Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's urban landscape is transforming at an unprecedented pace, with urban population having doubled in the last 25 years, reaching approximately 168 million people. And cities are now home to over 60% of our total population. So this session will delve into the urgent imperative to strengthen basic urban infrastructure, including water and sanitation, waste management, energy, public transportation, and digital connectivity, ensuring Indonesian cities are not only livable and efficient, but also resilient and ready for the future. And we're ready to start, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to introduce the moderator as well as speakers on this important session. Let's invite our moderator, Water GP Global Director of the World Bank. Please welcome Mr. Saroj Kumar Jha. And the speakers on this session, Assistant for Development and Environment of the Regional Secretary for Jakarta Province, Bapak Afan Adriansah Idris. Please come forward. Also, let's invite Acting Governor of East Java, Bapak Emil Dardak, Chairman of the Indonesia Water Supply Association, or Perpamsi, Bapak Arif Wisnu Cahyono, and the last speaker, Network Director of PT Telkom Indonesia Persero Tbk, Bapak Nanang Hendarno. Without further ado, I'll hand over the stage to our moderator.
May I request everyone to kindly take their seats, please, so that we can get started. We have a very distinguished panel. So first of all, a very warm good morning again to all of you. My name is Saroj Kumar Jha. I'm the World Bank's Global Director for Water Global Practice in Washington, D.C. And I want to thank the Government of Indonesia, the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure, and the entire government actually for inviting the World Bank Group to be part of it. At the World Bank Group, we are very privileged to be a long-standing partner of the people and the government of Indonesia. And me personally, I'm very happy to be part of this and trying to moderate a panel which is on a very exciting topic. The topic for this plenary, the first plenary, is future-proofing cities, revitalizing basic urban infrastructure. Let me begin by asking a question. I know you don't have a mic, but you can shout from if you have the answer. Can anyone tell me the name of a future-proof city today? Is there any city which is considered future-proof by various global analysts and ranking organizations? Anyone? Globally. Anyone wants to make a guess? Singapore. Any more guesses? Anybody else? Shenzhen. So there are future-proof cities today in the world, including New York, London, Paris, Melbourne, Edinburgh, and of course many other cities' names were mentioned. But if you really look across these cities, can anyone tell me what is common among all these cities? Any guesses? What is common among these cities? The most common element among the future-proof cities today is the presence of technological hub. All these cities have very strong presence of tech startups, unicorns. Really, you have a very large pool of talent trying to solve tomorrow's problems today. So I think that particular element of uniqueness of the future-proof cities tells you something about what we should be doing to really looking forward. But three broad elements, and then I'll turn to the panel, that we need to keep in mind why and how we could work towards future-proofing city. One is, of course, the talent that I just mentioned. No city will be future-proof without talent. So the city governments, stakeholders will have to work towards retaining and supporting high talent in the cities. The second is this whole issue of managing technological change. Things are changing very, very rapidly. So how do cities really, and more broadly the urban ecosystem, establish the capacity both in terms of policy and regulations to be able to benefit from the technological change and not be impacted adversely by the technological changes that are happening? And three, which I think is important, is the agility. If you have a city or the urban system which takes time to respond to the changes, you are not future-proof. You have to be really agile. You've got to create a system where all stakeholders quickly come together and kind of respond to those threats, whether natural disasters, technological changes, cyber security, etc. We are able to move very, very quickly in that. So with those introductory remarks on my side, I'm going to introduce the panel we have. And the way I'm going to do it is that each panelist will have 3 minutes, will have 3 rounds of questions. First question will be focused on strategy. The second question will be focused on looking forward, looking ahead, anticipating challenges and what plans they're putting in place to deal with them. And the third will be about financing, because I heard the coordinating minister for infrastructure talked about innovative financing, and you definitely need investments if you really want to make the city future-proof. So I have 4 distinguished panelists, as I said. First, I want to introduce Pak Afan Adrian Shah Idris, Assistant for Development and Environment of the Regional Secretary of the Jakarta Province. Welcome, sir. Pak Afan, as the Assistant for Development and Environment of the Regional Secretary at the Jakarta Province, he has a master's degree in General Economics from University Padjadran and a bachelor's degree in Civil Engineering from the Universitas Trisakti. He brings a multidisciplinary approach to sustainable urban development. His role focuses on integrating environment policy with infrastructure planning to support Jakarta's vision for becoming a resilient and inclusive city. Welcome, Pak Afan. Next, I want to welcome Pak Emil Dardak, Acting Governor of East Java. It's great to have you on the panel, sir. Emil, born on, I will not disclose his date of birth. Emil serves as the Vice Governor of East Java. Prior to this role, he was the Regent of Trenggalek Regency from 2016 to 2019. He is an alumnus of the Raffles Institution, University of New South Wales, and Ritsu Maikan Asia Pacific University, where he earned a doctorate in development economics at age 22. Wow. Dardak has also completed an MSc at the St. Anne's College, Oxford. His career includes being a World Bank officer. It's great to have a World Bank colleague on the panel. And Executive Vice President at PT Pembangunan Infrastruktur Indonesia. He assumed the Vice Governor position alongside Governor Khofia Indra Parwansa after winning the 2018 East Java governorial election. Thank you. Welcome on the panel, Pak. Next, we have Pak Arif Vishnu Kahayono. My pronunciation is going to be terrible, but my apologies in advance. Pak Vishnu is the chairman of Indonesia Water Supply Association. He is an experienced water professional, currently serving as the managing director of Surabaya City Water Supply Utility, which delivers clean water to over 3 million people with nearly 100% service coverage. He's also the chairman of Permamsi, the Indonesia Water Supply Association, representing 445 utilities and 73 water-related companies. It's great to have you on the panel. I know we have a Water and Wastewater Forum coming up in the afternoon, and all of you, please do come to that forum in the afternoon. I'm doing some promotion for you, given my interest in water agenda. And last but not the least, Pak Nanang Hendrano, the Chief Technology Officer of the PT Telecom Indonesia. Nanang Hendrano currently serves as the Chief Technology Officer of the Telkom Group and bringing over 3 decades of leadership in telecommunications and digital infrastructure, with a solid foundation in electrical engineering from the Institute Technology, Sepula, November, and a master's in space system engineering from the Delft University of Technology. Nanang has held strategic roles across Telecom Group. He has a very impressive bio. So welcome, Pak Nanang, to the panel. I'm going to start with you, Pak Afan, and this is going to be a question to all of you. I really want to understand where you sit in Jakarta government. What's your strategy for future-proofing this city? Because we heard a lot about sinking city, problems of subsidence, flooding, droughts, and you're doing a lot. I can see a vibrant city. What's really your strategy? You have a microphone next to you. Yeah. Sorry? Sorry? The question is you can say what you want to say. Because it's okay, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Farrods. In this good opportunity, please allow me to explain about our experience, how to manage the transportation in Jakarta. In Jakarta, we part of the Greater Jakarta, and you know, for the Greater Jakarta, totally we have 88 million trips per day, according to the JP study on 2018. And we in Jakarta, we have 31 million trips per day. This is a huge enough number, yeah. But unfortunately, only 12% from the citizen using the public transport. So it's still a little amount, yeah. So we in Jakarta, for the solution, according to our document, midterm planning and spatial planning, we have target by 2030, 27% of the public transport, of the citizen using the public transport. And according to the spatial planning, by 2044, around 55% from the citizen using the public transport. And how to achieve? We have some strategy. The first about push strategy. Here, you know that we have an odd-even plate number policy now implemented in 26 routes. And the second, we also have the parking disincentive policy implemented in 51 locations. And now the new one, every Wednesday, it starts this month, the governor ordered to the whole employee of DKI Jakarta, we have to use the public transport. That's the push strategy. And the pull strategy, you know that now we expand for integrating our network for MRT, LRT, and Transjakarta, also microtrans. And MRT will be accomplished in 2027 until Monas. And for MRT East-West, it will be accomplished until 2032. And the LRT will be accomplished next year. And the other, for the new route of the Transjakarta, the governor declared for the new 5 routes of Jakarta to Alam Sutra, Pik, Vida, kemudian Bogor, and also Sawangan. And now already serving for 17,000 passengers per day. And what is the importance of pull factor in Jakarta? We provide a flat fare system via Kemenko, and it's very cheap. Only you have to pay 10,000 rupiah. And the new one, policy from the governor, we give the free fares for 15 eligible groups for free access to public transportation. And the important subject for the full factor, we in Jakarta providing some aesthetic infrastructure, and maybe you know, like Hotel Indonesia and JPO PDC, why we create for the aesthetic infrastructure, because we want to give the new experience for the whole citizen using the public transport in Jakarta. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This is very impressive. I must tell you that I was visiting Bogor city day for yesterday. Of course, we were looking at the water supply and sanitation services, and the tremendous progress has been made in this city, but I guess you have a lot of work ahead of you. I realize that at least 50% people do not have access to safely managed drinking water. So I guess some of these issues will be addressed by the government as part of the future-proofing strategy. But let me go to Pak Dardag, the acting governor of East Java. As a regional government, what's your strategy for future-proofing East Java? I know the organizers had mentioned specific sectors in which you will be answering your question, but you have the freedom in talking about the strategy. Either you talk about the whole of the region, whole of the government, or you can choose your sector that was mentioned to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Saroji. I think it's a very intriguing topic when you actually ask about future-proofing. In the opening ceremony, we saw the video said that 60% of our population in Indonesia is living in urban areas. And when you actually say, how do we future-proof East Java, I think the topic is saying, how do you future-proof cities? And East Java comprises of 38 municipalities, 9 of which are administratively categorized as urban municipalities or cities that are being led by mayors. And the other 29 are led by what we call as regions or region mayors, because they are not cities in terms of the land use, predominantly agriculture, natural resources. Now, how do we talk about the 9 cities? And when we talk about future-proofing cities, I think your question towards Jakarta was very specific. Like, people say your future is going to depend upon whether you're going to sink or not, right? That's a very specific question. Now, are other cities facing this same challenge? I think first of all, when you talk about what happens in the future, is whether the city will cease to exist in the future. Is it because of the economic redundancy? We know some cities rely heavily on a particular anchor industry, or maybe a mining town that were up, and by the time the deposit is gone, then the city also ceases to exist because there's no economic continuity for that city to sustain itself. Now, when we talk about that, then then cities have to, as you mentioned earlier, strive to remain relevant to the continuous change in the economic world. Whether they're able to shift into relying on natural resources, and they can actually rely on the human resources, the talent pool. We see how the emergence of San Jose as the Silicon Valley is basically relying upon bringing in talents from all across the world. They have Stanford, which is nearby, and then it becomes a digital hub. And we're seeing Bangalore in India developing because of the growth of what was initially simple outsourcing of some basic IT services into becoming also a very strong digital hub. Similarly, like Shenzhen was a really buffer area of Hong Kong. People went there to buy some very, very good, similar products. That I don't want to say that, you know the word I mean, but it's things that you thought were branded but not, and it was sold at a cheap price with a decent quality back then. That was back in the 2007, 2008. Now, so when we talk about future-proofing cities, but our theme today is infrastructure. So when we talk about infrastructure, I think it's very important that every planners believe that they are future-proofing their cities when they do the planning. The spatial planning is going to coincide with what we call as a long-term plan. We have a 20 to 25 years long-term plan. And then you will have, in each segment, 5 years development plan. I just want to campaign with my governor, and we have a 5-year development plan that is being prepared right now. We're finalizing it. So we believe that when we actually do a plan, what are the factors or the threats, so-called threats that you mentioned? I think one of the utmost, if we put aside the question of economic redundancy, is really the ecological carrying capacity. Cities have ecological footprint that span beyond its physical size. And it consumes resources, water, energy, and then how it manages its waste. We have overall in Surabaya every day, 1,500 tons of waste are being sent to the final dumping site. That is already considering the fact that we are reducing about 15 to 25% of the waste by reusing, by recycling. But still, you will have waste being produced. So what are the drivers of cities meeting its limit? It would be population growth, whether the city can sustain population growth, and also whether the city will, given the population growth, it will run out of fresh water. There's also concern that even, let's say the population stagnates in the worst case, it will also face scarcity of critical resources that are needed to sustain the city. You have the same population, but the source of water that you have been relying upon is reducing, is facing a declining water volume, for example. Or a particular city is going to be stretched because of the growth of adjacent municipalities. So all this, I think, is, to start the answer, I'm giving you an insights on the thinking of planners in various cities, that everyone try to future-proof, and I would like to go to ecological constraints as the biggest driver for a city's future-proofing.
Thank you, Emil. And one, so I'll turn to Park Vishnu, but I wanted to quickly reflect. I was recently visiting the city of Cape Town in South Africa. Can anyone tell me why city of Cape Town has been in the news for some time?
The drought.
Yeah, day zero.
Zero.
So I was with the mayor and the entire city officials a couple of months back, and they explained to me as to what day zero actually means. The day zero essentially would mean that there were basically only 3 days of water left in the city to provide even 3 hours of water per day to each household. So they basically 3 days, they were kind of close to -3 when they started, of course, implementing a number of measures, including demand management, rationing, and so on and so forth, and delivering water not through pipe but through tankers at certain locations based on et cetera, et cetera. The point I'm trying to make is that the city's ability to anticipate challenges and factor that in the planning is going to be extremely important. The mayor of City Cape Town was telling me they have put together a 20-year investment plan for the city, not just for water, but all the other infrastructure. How many cities are really planning for 20 years investment today? So the question to you, Pak Vishnu, is for Indonesia, where in most cities today, close to 50 to 60% people have access to improved, let's say, drinking water. You have a long way to go in future proofing. What's the strategy for the water sector in Indonesia for future proofing the urban areas?
Okay, thank you, Pak Saroj. But I'm deeply sorry to say that no one cities in Indonesia that city proof for the future, especially in terms of water resilience, you know. Let me say, take a sample for the Surabaya city. But before I take a sample for Surabaya case, let me represent as a Perpamsi. You know, I will take some data that we have today. The Perpamsi is the association for the local water operators. We have 445 members. And the majority of them is local state-owned enterprise, while only 24 are local government agencies that we call UPT. And then, of course, our members play a crucial role in addressing water security and equitable distribution across the nation. Unfortunately, only half of our members are able to make a good profit. Furthermore, only 64 enterprise in terms of economic skill serve more than 50,000 connection. Only 64. From the 400 members, 400 water operator. And based on the 2023 data, right now we achieve only 22% coverage service nationally. That's equivalent to 16 million connection. Compared to our national target, in 2029, we need to achieve 40%. From it's been double from 22%, and 100% in 2045. In Indonesia Emas. That means that in less than 5 years we have to double our production capacity, and of course upgrading the existing facilities, and of course expand in distribution network within 5 years. Even within less than 20 years, we have to 5 times, from 22% to 100%. Another side, in terms of water management efficiency, we should be seriously concerned about water leakage, non-revenue water. Right now, the national NRW is on still 32%. We have to achieve 25% that determined by the government. We have big leaks, and of course inaccuracies in meter readings, and most of our members are facing issues with aging water meters. Even in Surabaya, we have 300 meters with 5-year age, more than 5-year age. Even I have still 20 years water meters still installed in our connection. Of course, we need a significant investment to replace, and even to reduce the NRW. If using the higher accuracy of the water meters, it means we have to install the ultrasonic meters with the higher ratio. It means when the investment should be triple of the existing meters. And then we need to ensure the equitable distribution of water services to all the segment of society, particularly for the underprivileged. This involves implementing affordable tariff structures. Yeah. As you may know, in fact, there are no subsidies for water tariffs. Yeah. As well as electricity and fuel. Yeah. No subsidies. Yeah. In the current situation, only few local governments provide subsidies, which are taken from their local government budgets. Most of our members apply cross-subsidies. This is the big challenge that are facing our members. And then our population projection into 2045 is around 318 million, which is equivalent to 70 million household connection.
Yeah.
So within the next 3 years, the projection indicate the urban population will reach 65%. Therefore, the water infrastructure must be prepared from now for the major city. And in the Surabaya, the problem for the Surabaya. Okay, right now we pride that Surabaya already achieved 100% service coverage, but yeah, the quality of the water doesn't meet the requirement of the drinking water. Yeah, because we have 6,300 kilometers pipeline distribution. Yeah, but most of them even more than 50%. Yeah, the aging more than 50 years. Yeah, and then the investment to replace to at least for 50% of the total pipeline length is need by the price right now is about 5 trillion. Yeah, so who will cover these investments? Yeah, this is a problem. Okay.
No, it's very good, Pak Vishnu. And I've been here for the last few days and meeting the officials in the Ministry of Public Works who are responsible for water here. Today, the coordinating minister for infrastructure talked about the priorities of the president, food, water, and energy security. I think that gives everyone working in that space to really come up with a long-term vision for water security. It might take longer than 5 years, but I think it's good to have a plan. And that's the point I was making about city of Cape Town. They cannot solve all their water problems in 5 years. So that's why they're thinking of 20 years. When you plan long-term for future-proof a city, let's say for water or for energy, the investors have more confidence. When they see a city is coming up with a long-term plan, everybody is more interested to work with you because they know where you want to go. And the risk for investing in those markets is much lower than other markets where there is no predictability where the future is going to look like. So I would strongly encourage you to really benefit from the current political momentum that you have in this country to really look forward and look beyond. Let me turn to Pak Nanang about the telecom sector. I think the question to you is, telecom sector actually is perhaps, in my view, the backbone of the future, or the present actually, not the future. It will remain the future of any society as we can see today. I just read today that, you may have seen it, that the Meta is planning to invest another $15 billion in scale AI. The amount of money being invested in AI is unimaginable. And it just tells you that we should really prepare for a world which is very different from what it looks today. As somebody said that today the kind of jobs that we have in the global market, more than 50% of these jobs did not exist 5 years back. So the question to you is, in the telecom sector, what have you been doing to future-proof urban ecosystem of Indonesia? And if you could kindly be specific to your sector, then I want to turn to a rapid-fire round because we have only 19 minutes left. And I want to make sure that all 4 of you and the audience is sufficiently stimulated for preparing for a future-proof Indonesia. But please go ahead, Pak Nanang.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Because we are running out of time, only 20 minutes left. Make it short that basically telecom is ready and fully support to deploying a digital network within cities across Indonesia. Actually, we have already deployed more than 17 million ports for supporting fixed broadband, home pass, and home connected in around Indonesia. And we have more than 280,000 BTSs, 4G and 5Gs operated in Indonesia. We have currently deploying 5G's network intensively in Jakarta and Surabaya and also Bali to support digital network across cities in Indonesia. So that means that Telkom is ready to support what government want to enhance cities, to make a smart city in Indonesia. We also equip our infrastructures, which is very extensive and advanced infrastructure, with the cybersecurity features to make it the bandwidth more secure, to make people out of hackers, to make it protected, and data will be protected within the network. So our strategy here to make extensive deployment of fiber optics, connected homes, and we also deploy the core network and also the infrastructure, not only in Indonesia, but also outside Indonesia, to connect contents and applications that are required by the government and also people in Indonesia. I think basically Telkom will and always support what the government needs to make the cities smart and advanced and future-proof.
Thank you very much, Pak Nanang. So what I'm going to do now is that we have about 17 minutes left, and I'm going to throw a few questions. Any of you can come in, whosoever is ready. I'm not going to follow the same sequence as we did before. Is that okay? So my question is the following. The main objective of this international conference, among a few others, is to accelerate investment realization for Indonesia in the priority sectors of the government, right? Now here we are talking about accelerating investment for future-proofing of cities. So my question to you is, what is your plan? Because one of the elements of financing investments is going to be working with private sector. Focus on policy and regulatory space, addressing those business environment constraints, making it easier for people to invest, both Indonesian companies and cross-border investments. How do you see the way forward from where you sit? What are your proposals? What are you thinking about it? How do you accelerate investment? Who wants to come in? It could be a regional government, it could be a city government, it could be water sector, it could be telecom, but this is your chance to take the floor and tell us what your plans are. Please, yes.
All right, okay. Well, you know, I think going back to the question of future-proofing and infrastructure, one way we would future-proof our cities is by building the infrastructure that expands the capacity to cater to the growing population. We build dams because we need, you know, we need more water for potable use or for irrigation to actually sustain a growing population. And that is really the essence. Now, however, when we actually look into infrastructure, some of these are actually infrastructure that, you know, has to be built by the government, and some can actually involve private sector in its financing. So again, the question is whether there is the money behind. Now, I think when, you know, when we look into public-private partnership, you would respond with mixed feelings, because some projects actually turn out, you know, we had this what we call as public sector comparator as a way to see whether PPP is going to provide a better modality compared to a conventional public procurement, a traditional delivery. And now we're seeing actually a mixture of both. I think when government goes to a private sector because they don't have enough money to build infrastructure, sometimes then, you know, there is also a misconception on the importance of the infrastructure itself. You mentioned about the way water utility subsidize is by having the richer bracket of the tariff compensate those with the lower bracket of the tariff, which is called cross subsidy. But we also have viability gap fund, where the government subsidizes half of the capex in order to reduce the required tariff to justify the level of the rate of return. So I think what the president wants and what the coordinating minister wants is for us to really work hard on welcoming investments into infrastructure. And I think we're shifting from a model where we say, look, we're going to open infrastructure investment, but the private sector has to be the one who really wants it to happen. They come in and then they can make this project work commercially. I think we are all past that. We understand that all too often we would encounter infrastructure projects where the government needs to have a skin in the game. Either they bear contingent liabilities. We have the CEO of IAGF here. The government has to share the risk and not pass on the risk to the private sector, because that would cause the project to have a too high of a risk premium, makes it costly, or even also participate in the funding of the project by mean of sharing revenue. Now, in short, I would like to say that what's our plan? When we actually plan our fiscal resources, it's the simplest way, especially in the local government politics, is to assume traditional delivery. And for PPP, we simply just say, look, the private sector is going to pay for everything. I think we're going one step further now to start identifying how we would then use fiscal resources to partake in infrastructure capex or in provisioning for, like we have provisioned for contingent liabilities in the event of any shortfall in some of the important parameters of a PPP project. We are doing that in a water project right now as we speak. I think that's one of the view that we see.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Pak Emil. Would you like to come in, Pak Narang, on telecom?
Yes.
What's your investment strategy?
As you know that the telecom is very intensive capex. We have to deploy infrastructures, data centers, equipments, which we know we need a lot of capex. But in return, we really do not know exactly because now with very high competition in Indonesia and also abroad. So I think we need also collaboration among industries and also the government to make a regulation to secure our investment here in Indonesia, to give a fair play among players in Indonesia and also from outside.
Excellent. Would you like to say anything, Pak Afan?
Okay, Mr. Sarods, I would like to share our experience in Jakarta and also our strategy for the future. In several years, we in Jakarta improve for the creative financing. So not all infrastructure in Jakarta financed by the APBD or APBN. We finance by the creative financing. Like you know, in Semanggi, we have one, and several bridges in Sudirman and Tamrin, and also some bus station close to HI and Tosari. All of them financed with the creative financing. We use the exit of the floor ratio in Jakarta. You know, actually many developers or many landowners, they would like to optimization for their land because the land price in Jakarta is very high. So they would like to construct the building very high. So they must be exit the limit of the floor ratio. And they have to pay, and the form is in infrastructure, not in financial. So in the future, we will optimization for the creative financing to build many infrastructure than needed by the citizen of the Jakarta. Thank you very much.
Pak Vishnu.
Okay, answering your question, Pak Sarods. I always remember Bu Irma said regarding the peer. Remember Bu Irma? Policy, institution, and regulation. Yeah, I think for the water sector, yeah, What we need right now is water X. Water is very vital for the human being, right? But we have no water X right now. Yeah. So we propose to the government within our water forum in Denpasar, Bu Irma, you remember that Perpamsi proposed we propose that we need water X or maybe water and domestic waste X, yeah, compared to our neighbor, yeah, the city of Malaysia, yeah, they have a water X, very very complete, and even they have for the institution, they even also have the PAAB, Pengurusan Aset Air Berhad, yeah. So they will take care all the infrastructure in the among the country. Yeah, they will give financing to the water operator for 45 years, and the rate only 3% compared to the SMI. Yeah, the rate still 6% with a lot of negotiation, hard negotiation. You know, so the one thing is the policy. We need the water X, yeah, and the institution, we need the, I don't know, the national entity that will take over all the water business from the source till to tap, yeah, and then the regulation, yeah. I think no one of the investor want to B2B partnership with a local operator if the tariff still less than FCR, cannot cover the full cost recovery. Yeah, our more than 15% of our members still apply the tariff less than full cost recovery. That's the problem. So we need a regulation that regulate the tariff among all the water operator should be meet the economical scale. Yeah, let's say for the Jakarta. Jakarta has a B2B business, right, Pak Arfan, with Moya, I think, yeah, with the value is around 33 trillion. Is that correct, Pak? Yeah. But the situation right now, they have to increase the price. Yeah, from the average tariff, I think from 7,000 to more than 10,000. Yeah. Same with the Surabaya. Surabaya for more than 70 years, the tariff still less than, not increased. Yeah. After 70 years, we increased from 30,000 to 40,000. Yeah. So that's why the investor want to join with us in B2B partnership. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question to each one of you. Something that organizers asked us to discuss is, so in our aspirations for a future-proof city in Indonesia, future-proof urban space, how do we make sure that we do not lose sight of poor and vulnerable communities? Because there's always a risk that when things are changing rapidly because of technology, smart infrastructure, not everybody is able to kind of move at the same space. There are poorer people living in a city. How do you make sure that everything that you do in your space, in telecom, in water, in regional government, in city government, no one is left behind? How do you make sure that you take care of poor and vulnerable people? I guess this question is more relevant for Pak Emil and Pak Afan, but others also please come in. I want to make sure that this point is not ignored, because there's still poverty, there is still issue of access for many people in areas. Who'd like to come in? Pak Emil?
Since you pointed out, just give you an illustration. When we talk about future proofing, sometimes it's something inevitable because of external factors. Sometimes we're just committing suicide on the long term by actually designing cities that are not going to be sustainable, that are hurting its resources. Now, as you mentioned earlier, one of the things is extraction of groundwater. So very often the poor community relies on abstracting groundwater, and they do not have access to reticulated water. And so when we actually try to future-proof the city by relying on a more sustainable water resource, we use certain wells that actually retain the water. those who will benefit the most are actually the marginalized people, because they're the ones who are immediately affected by all these, setbacks that are happening in cities. So I'm more of the view that when we try to future-proof cities by improving the infrastructure that ensures people have access to the amenities they need, the immediate beneficiary of such infrastructure would actually be those marginalized people. I mean, sometimes they live in slums on the riverside, causing unsustainable river that has deteriorating quality, biologically, or also other aspects that jeopardize the reliability of the fresh water, for example. So when we actually deal with the settlements for these people, it goes in line into creating a more sustainable river and a sustainable settlements for the marginalized community. That's actually my view.
Excellent. Anybody else wants to take this question? Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Pembangunan,
Telco.
And quick.
Okay. Telco sector duty is to provide connectivity to all people, we also have many solutions for the richest till to the poor with the different technology and the different price. So with that scheme, I believe that we can serve all people that we need connectivity in Indonesia.
Thank you. Pak Afan.
Okay, Mr. Saroj. To help many citizens coming from the marginalized group, in Jakarta since May 2025, the governor of Jakarta, Mr. Pramono Anung, established the new regulation. We expand the category for eligible groups in Jakarta that could get the free access for public transport in Jakarta. So they can use our MRT, BRT free with no charge. The category that expand are first, person with disability. And the second is senior citizens, aged more than 60 years. And third, worship place caretaker. And the fourth, educator and teaching staff in early childhood education. We call it in Indonesia, PAUD. This is the popular name. And the fifth is the mosquito nest monitoring workers. We call it in Jakarta, Jumantik, Juru Pemantau Jentik Nyamuk. So we expand the category of eligible groups, and they can get the free access to our public transport. Thank you.
Excellent. Very quick, then I have the 1 minute left. Yeah.
Okay, regarding in terms of water technology, I think it's not rocket science, Pak. Yeah. But we have to strongly consider to apply seawater reverse osmosis due to the, raw water resiliency, because day by day the rainy season is coming shorter. So I think, especially this coastal city, we have to apply seawater reverse osmosis, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give you 10 seconds to each of you to visualize what will 2050 Indonesia urban space look like when we talk about future-proof. One sentence each. Just share your dream of 2050 Indonesia, a future-proof city. You can take Jakarta, you can take Balikpapan, you can take, I don't know all the cities in this country, but take any city of Bali. Tell me, 2050 of that city, a future-proof, what has come to your mind? I'll start from the end, Pak Nanang. Quick.
Everything will be in one hand with our gadget.
Everything will be under one, let's say, in a phone, on a tab, or in an app or something, okay?
Exactly.
Pak Vishnu?
We have 4 taps, like Singapore. Yeah, so we can take the water not only from the river, but also
Our
from
time is up, so quick.
For water, for raining, and the seawater and reuse water.
Integrated water, okay. New water. Pak Emil? 2050, your vision, yes.
Culture, technology, and ecology. Everything blends together.
Wonderful. Pak Afan?
Yeah, we in Jakarta, we will have many vertical housing, and also we will expand for the railway base and the BRT system in Jakarta. And we expand also for the green ratio in Jakarta. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that brings us to the end of the panel. Please give them a round of applause. And I'm sorry, I hope I was not too difficult on you, but I was trying to get the most out of this panel. But thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to be moderating this. Thank you, and thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saroj Kumarja, to have led the moderated session. And we invite all speakers and the moderator for a group photo. So take center stage, please, and pose to the cameras. Once again, we invite the moderator and speakers to have a group photo together. And may we remember that very valuable 10 seconds from each speaker as the dreams, hopefully, all will come true in the near future. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to the esteemed speakers and moderator for such a valuable and insightful discussion just now. Thank you. Excellencies, you may all return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached our lunch break. So please enjoy your meal and take this opportunity to network and recharge and perhaps having casual conversations with the future clients, the future collaborators. And at 12:30 p.m., we'll commence our thematic discussions that will be held across several parallel rooms. Each session will delve deeper into strategic issues shaping Indonesia's urban infrastructure. So please ensure that you attend the room and the theme that best align with your interest. And here are the thematic discussions and their respective venues for your information. At Merak 1, there will be having a discussion on powering growth, sustainable energy through infrastructure. At Plenary Hall, which is this hall, we'll be having Building a Connected Nation, expanding digital and telco infrastructure. And if you go to Merak 3, you'll find a discussion revolving around from waste to resource, advancing integrated infrastructure for waste management. And at Merak 2, the discussion is on moving cities forward, public transport as the core of urban mobility. So once again, please make your way to the designated rooms with a thematic theme that align to your interest by 12:30 p.m. All sessions will run until 1:45 p.m. this afternoon. And we'll then return to the plenary session at 12:30 p.m. for a keynote address from the Minister of Home Affairs on the theme Empowering Local Governments, Serving Citizens, Strengthening Basic Urban Services. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have used the SIS devices, please kindly return the interpretation devices to the collection counter by the exit as you leave the room. Thank you for helping us keeping things running smoothly. Once again, after the lunch break, we'll have a keynote speech that will be delivered by the Home Affairs Minister, His Excellency Bapak Tito Karnavian. So please be ready to be back at the plenary before 12:30. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your break, explore the thematic sessions, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the plenary hall at 12:30 p.m. See you soon and enjoy your lunch.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekedar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus, ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNE Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNE Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkereta-apian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNE Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNE Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekedar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus, ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus melewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkereta-apian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Utama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Utama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkereta-apian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNE Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNE Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the plenary hall. We hope that you had a good lunch and good networking moments along the way, and hopefully also having good discussions on future collaborations on infrastructure. But most importantly is that you are in good spirit to absorb more insights and information on our keynote speeches as well as our thematic discussions happening this afternoon. Very well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our session with a keynote speech framed under the theme, Empowering Local Governments, Serving Citizens, Strengthening Basic Urban Services. So without further ado, I am honored to invite the Minister of Home Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Tito Karnavian. The stage is yours.
So thanks very much indeed for a great introduction from not the master, but ladies of ceremony. I believe that most of audience here is Bahasa Indonesia speaking, but since the conference is designed to be English speaking, and then I will go ahead with the English one, right? Is it okay for you? Yeah. At least we can practice our English. Yeah. First of all, I would like to extend my highest appreciation to the organizing committee, particularly Minister Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, who has kindly invited me to speak and to share my knowledge and my views in terms of building infrastructure with regard to, more specifically, on my job as Minister of Home Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. One of my main tasks is that to oversee and to supervise local governments. The theme supposed to speak actually on empowering local governments, serving citizens, strengthening basic services in urban infrastructure. But I prefer to speak in general rather than urban, because I believe that rural area also more important as well as urban. Urban means cities. Then you know, in Indonesia we have got 38 provinces, 98 cities, but we do have 416 regencies or kabupaten. They are all important. Otherwise, our comrades in rural areas will get jealous if we are talking only about building infrastructure in urban area or cities. Ladies and gentlemen, may I go ahead because I've got only 10 minutes, right? So, you know that our administrations and one of the biggest archipelago in the world, it's not easy to build infrastructure. We need also a combination of air transportation, sea transportation, as well as land transportations. Apart from that, of course, digital transportations. There will be one minister will talk about the cyber infrastructure, which is also critically important. Then I just want to remind you, particularly for my fellow Indonesians and our colleague counterparts from overseas, that Indonesia implementing the decentralization or partly decentralization, what we call is local autonomy. In my term, it is a partly local autonomy, not fully local autonomy to local governments. It's also reflected by our allocation of the budget. You see that on the screen, that the budget for nationally, we have got around 4,000 trillion rupiah, equivalent to around 252 billion US dollar. Then around 25 billions actually being yielded by local government, 402 trillion. That's local revenue. Apart from that, we split up national budget, revenue from national government into two chunks. The bulk of the chunk, of course, it's organized by central government, some 700 trillion rupiah and around 938 trillion rupiah transferred to the local government. So 938 plus 402, more or less around 1,300 trillion rupiah within the hands of 552 local governments, 38 provinces, 98 cities, and 416 regencies or kabupaten. So you see that from the budgets and the system of governance, you can see from the beginning that it's quite complex. Vis-a-vis, say, like a small country, right? Say, like, well, Singapore is of course a developed country and more advanced country, but the complexity of Indonesia is much more difficult compared to say like Singapore or small island, small countries. It needs a lot of coordinations between government in all levels. Then we divided also affairs that should be led by central or local government in many levels, such as what we call is an absolute affairs in the hand of central government: defense, security, religious affairs, judiciary affairs, foreign policy, and fiscal and monetary. They're all regulated by central governments. What we call is general affairs, particularly relating to how to keep the country in unity and intact, and fostering national resilience to be together. This is also led by central governments. And the third group of affairs we recognize is that what we call is concurrent affairs we share, and we do such affairs between central government and local governments in many levels. One is provincial level, cities level, residential levels, even to the village levels. So we have got division of affairs. With regards to infrastructure, for instance, at least based on the law on local governments, law number 23, year 2014, we at least identified 11 affairs in which we have got a division of responsibility and authority. Say like road infrastructure. We divide it into national road infrastructure, in which the authority in the hands of national government, more specifically on the Ministry of Public Works, Menteri PU. Then provincial, of course, governor is accountable to build and maintain the road infrastructure in the provincial level. Go down, we see that in the city level and regencies level, mayor and bupati, one in charge. Those in charge of the road infrastructure in the local area. But in the village level, they've got some amount of money, because, you know, in all villages every year they have got around 70 trillion rupiah transferred from central government since 2015. They can use such money for building the road system in the village level as well. If we see that within the last 10 years in national level, based on this orchestrating and synchronizing building infrastructure in all levels, national, provincial, cities, agencies to village level, at least we have achieved a number of targets, such as water resources. Well, I'm not able to identify more specifically, speak more details. You can see this on the screens because of the time limit. Water resources, which is really critical because water is a source of the life. Highways or streets, road systems, settlements, such as the housing for the people. Then land transportation, air transportations, and air transportation particularly in Indonesia is really, in my term, is the most important mode of transportations because Indonesia is an archipelago and the fourth biggest population in the world. China, India, United States, third biggest country, they're all land-mass country. They can build up road infrastructure to connect from place to place, from point to point. But in the case of Indonesia, we cannot do so because 17,000 islands, 17. Because we need a land infrastructure within islands or bridge, say like in the case of Java and Madura. We built Suramadu to connect to islands. But can we replicate the case to other places? I don't think so. If the channel is quite big and a far distance. So land infrastructure mostly within islands and connect a closer island. But sea transportations, one of the weakness is that slow, of course, even though can accommodate more cargo. But air transportation is the most effective way and the fastest way to connect Indonesia. That's why air transportation is really critical and important. Whether the aviation industry and also the airports and some other facilities to connect the airports access to everywhere. Railways, of course, but again, railway only in islands. It's quite difficult to connect. I'm not sure. Maybe in the future we have got the underground tunnel like the one connecting Great Britain and France, for instance, what you call it, channel. Or connecting the China with the Hong Kong, for instance, underground. Maybe in the future we can do so, but it needs a lot of money, technology, and so on. So effective sea transportation also really in needs, again, to connect island to islands. There are many places in Indonesia in the remote islands where airstrip or airport is not available, and definitely the local people relying so much upon the sea transportations or even river transportation to very remote and isolated areas. The next slide, I show you the target of building or developing infrastructure nationally in the year 2025. Dams, for instance, irrigation networks, because it's really critical to fulfill our ambitions to have a self-dependence in terms of the food security. food resilience, flood control, then groundwater irrigation wells, for instance, in Nusa Tenggara Timur, Eastern Nusa Tenggara, where water wells is really important from underground water. Again, road infrastructure, apart from water, housing for settlements, and also some strategic infrastructure being targeted in the year 2025 to be built up. Local government, again, as I already mentioned before, they own around 1,300 trillion rupiah spread in 552 local government, provinces, regencies, cities, and villages, some additional 70 trillion rupiah, excluding the new program, what we call is the Koperasi Merah Putih, or cooperation of red and white in all villages, which more budget will be poured to those villages, supposed to boost up the economic growth and self-reliance in village level. At least we in the year 2025, based on our data, until 2025, in the last 10 years, if I'm mistaken, road system by province already built up more than 50,000 kilometers. Regencies and cities, more than almost 500,000 kilometers. Seaport, whether built up by provincial government or cities and regencies, potable waters, bridges, irrigation systems, and so on. In other words, we need also to take into account of the contribution of local government in build up infrastructure nationally. We should not marginalize, because they've got some amounts of money, significant amount in fact, and also they've got the authority based on the law and regulations, and they've got the capability as well, and they've got achievement as well. In village level, since 2000, as already pointed out earlier, that villages, we have got around 75,000. Since 2015, government already transferred and allocated quite significant amount of money, some 70 trillion rupiah per annum to all villages. So more or less between 800 million to around 3 billion rupiah. So, in fact, in reality, they're already successful in building such as the village roads, more than 33,000 kilometers. Bridges in the villages, small of course, right? Village market, for instance. Boat mooring, particularly for fishermen. Reservoir, small reservoir, what we call is embung in Indonesia. Soil retention, sport facilities, particularly for young generation, clean water, etc. As I you can share my presentation, but that's the details. I just want to show you that villages also taking part in and critical in boosting our economy and improve the welfare of our people. What's the amount of money allocated by local government in the year 2025 to build infrastructure? Out of 399 trillion rupiah, equivalent to 87 billion US dollar. So around 28%, 28 to 29%. So it's actually outnumber the figure of for education. Education 20%. Health compulsory 10%. You can go beyond that, of course, for every head of local government. But for building infrastructure, reaching 28.8% or around 403 trillion rupiah in altogether, province, regencies, and cities, equivalent around 25 billion rupiah. That's not a small amount of money. It's quite significant amount of money. You can see also from the screen, the chart below, the bar chart over there, showing the provinces, regencies, cities in total, how much money allocated. Then in fact, the biggest one is, the amount of the budget from all regencies. Of course, because regencies consisting of around 416. Yeah. So that is what we are doing in terms of the building infrastructure, orchestra between national, central government and local governments, and the achievement already made by national and local governments. All local government from all levels, province, regencies, cities, districts, sub-district to villages level. They're all taking part and playing significant role to contribute. This is the price we have to pay once we already implementing what we call is local autonomy with, of course, local election as well. Yeah. So we have got divisions of authority and division of government affairs. Then, of course, in the way forward in the future, we need to strengthen collaboration and synergy of all stakeholders involved in building infrastructure, whether it is nationally, as whole government approach, not only central, but also local government, including that of all local governments. Collaborations and synergy is the keywords. We need also to change the mindset of leaders and public officials to be more aware of the importance of provision, basic infrastructure for boosting economic development and welfare of people. Why I mention this one? Because a number of times in media you can follow a lot of complaints from local government. They harvest a lot of, products such as, in North Sumatra previous time, for instance, they harvest a lot oranges, for instance, but they don't have any access to sell such products to the cities. As a result, it's just becoming a waste. Then they send the oranges one truck to the palace of the president at the time. It is just one case where, whereby the infrastructure is really critical for economic development. And we have to touch the head of local government because they've got the power to open the access. Regulations. Again, it is a big country, Indonesia, and a quite complex country. Again, because we have got a lot of local governments. Local government also, they've got the power to create their own, to issue their own local government regulations. They've got their own parliament and so on. So we need to harmonize the regulations from all levels, central government and local governments as well. Local government, not only one local government, regulations made by governor and the parliament in the province must be in line and accommodate to the regulations produced also by the cities or regional government. Again, it's not easy. And this is one of my role as Home Affairs Minister is that to examine all proposal of local government regulations, whether they are in line, in accordance to other relations or not. Single database, particularly on the needs of infrastructure, what sort of infrastructure really needs in specific areas, what is the priority, what is existing already provided, and what are in needs in the future. We need to have a single data. Innovation, of course, it is a breakthrough for any other impeding building and developing the basic infrastructure. Then we encourage local government to innovate and also creating an environment of competition between local government to local government. I know that the head of local government, well, number one, of course, they want to, to have a good performance because they are being monitored by and they are elected by the people. So electability and popularity are the two key magic words for heads of local government. If they are successful in performing their jobs, of course, electability will be increasing. Yeah, and vice versa. Will we go down if the people really upset with the performance? So creating competitive environment between heads of local government to compete one another is really critical. So we give the rewards for those successful in building infrastructure, for instance. Then, well, of course, punishment by talking to the media on the failures of specific governments, local government, to perform, such as complaining from local people do not have access, do not have potable water, clean water, and so on. So the next one is that, of course, principle of value for money, efficiency. Efficiency meaning that you can use your minimum source, but to have a bigger and greater impact, optimum impact. Every cent, every peer must be significant as must affect to the welfare of the people in the context of building infrastructure. Of course, every cent allocated for building infrastructure must develop infrastructure as being targets. Digitalization of financial management is really also critical. Why? Because, well, 28%, 29% being already allocated for building infrastructure. But the issue is that where the money goes, whether the money really being used to build dams, road infrastructure, or everything's being useful and the impact is great for the welfare and the economic growth of the local areas or not. Yeah. So digitalizations, we create also the in my office what we call is SIPD, Sistem Informasi Pemerintahan Daerah, information system for local government, in which we can monitor how much money now in the hands of local government, how much being saved in the banks, how much money being used for procurement of building infrastructure, and so on and so on. Again, it's very important for efficiency. Implementing green, of course, green development. So we suppose that building infrastructure not only building, providing access per se, but also considering what the global problem today is, that the climate change, green energy, green environment, not just destroying to build bridge or roads, but also thinking about the sustainability of our green, our climate, and so on. And finally, of course, learning best practices and innovation from other governments. We do not hesitate. We don't forbid any local government to learn from another local government. And a lot of example. I'm quite happy and very happy if I see one head of local government, one Bupati going to another Bupati who is really successful in doing innovations, say like building irrigations, making happy for the farmers, and production is increased because of such irrigation being built. So I encourage them to learn from one another, from one level to another level, even from from provincial government, learning from the village level. Such as in Bali, they've got the one clean. I forgot the name of the village in Bali, one of the cleanest and good infrastructure in the village in Bali. So I told them, not only village, other villages can learn from this village. Other cities and regencies and even governors can learn from the head of the village over there. Learning one another. But of course, we need also learning as a global, being part of the global players, Indonesia. We encourage also head of local governments to see what's going on, innovation in other part of the world. We learn from more advanced country. We learn from innovations such as being, televised or being informed by social media or conventional media, and go over there to see what's going on over there, what sort of innovation, whether it can be used or not, and being adapted based on the local characteristic of Indonesia. And last but not least, that do not forget that Indonesia is not, again, is a vast country. Our land, our topography, our geography is really unique and really complex. We have got modern city like Jakarta, of course, and Bandung, right? And we have got one of the densest, most populated island in the world, which is Java. 150 millions in one small island, just smaller than that of the Great Britain, with 60 million in Great Britain. So we have got 150 millions. You see that how the complexity during the ritual of Idul Fitri, Hari Raya, for instance, you have got a high mass mobility. It's not easy to arrange. You need also a good infrastructure to be revised and so on, as well as we have got islands with their own needs of infrastructure. Then remote area in the mountains, like such as in Papua, in the forests, and the remote and isolated areas, they need more specific infrastructure. We need to be considered and to be taken into account to make an issue, the policy that will impact the welfare of the people. So again, I would like to thank you very much indeed for being invited and to speak and share my view on the building infrastructure from the perspective of the role of local government in which I'm supervising and overseeing. I thank you very much indeed. I really respect and my highest appreciation to Minister, Coordinating Minister Agus Yudhoyono, then of course the entire Coordinating Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development. I thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the insightful and valuable remarks. We do hope we learn a lot from your experiences, and also we had the roadmap coming forward as well, going forward for Indonesia and what it takes for the cities of Indonesia to be more sustainable, resilient and future ready. Once again, thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may return to your seat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So we had the roadmap and focuses on what needs to be put attention to when it comes to infrastructures in Indonesia. Not only the matters of infrastructure itself, but what really are the needs of the people. So now let's break it down into the thematic discussions or session. Connectivity, which is the backbone of modern societies, a catalyst for growth, access, and innovation. So on the theme, building a connected nation, expanding digital and telco infrastructure, we'll dig deeper into what it needs when it comes to connectivity infrastructure. So in this session, we will explore how Indonesia can accelerate digital infrastructure expansion from broadband and cloud to data centers and last mile connectivity to ensure equitable, affordable, and future-ready digital access. And to lead the strategic conversation, please welcome our moderator, Managing Director and Senior Partner at the Boston Consulting Group, Mr. Harish Kondinya. And the floor is yours. And with this as well, we'd like to invite our speakers for this session. President, Director and CEO of SM Plus Holdings, Herson Suinda, please come forward as well. Country Director for Google Cloud Indonesia, Fanli Tanto, we'll also invite you to the stage. CEO of Lintas Arta, Bayu Hanantasena. President Director of PT Telkom Data Ecosystem, Andrew Tornilus Albert, please come forward. And the Director General of Digital Infrastructure Strategies and Policies from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Denis Setiawan. To all speakers and moderator, we look forward to have the discussion, and I'm handing the floor over to our moderator. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and selamat datang to the main plenary hall. Thank you, His Excellency, the Minister of Home Affairs, Pak Tito. I'm Harish Kondinya, and I'm a leader in BCG's Technology, Media, and Telecommunications practice. Today, it's actually very exciting. This conversation sits at the intersection of ambition and necessity. Digital is everywhere and rapidly advancing. Whether you talk about 5G or whether you talk about AI and Gen AI, the promise is tremendous prosperity for all Indonesians, better productivity, higher wages, and a better quality of life for all. Our panel's theme, Building a Connected Nation, Expanding Digital and Telco Infrastructure, it's not just a headline, it's really the scaffolding on which the next decade of social and economic prosperity will be built upon. Digital is at a very exciting time in Indonesia. We are about 200 million internet users, and it's a massively vibrant digital economy, projected to reach 360 billion by 2030. New capital commitments underscore the excitement. The recent commitment from Microsoft is an example. And the potential of AI is massive. You're talking US 300 to 400 billion in productivity gains to GDP over the next 10 years. We are very fortunate, I'm very fortunate today to be joined by 4 Indonesian leaders who collectively touch every layer of Indonesia's digital infrastructure stack, from connectivity to data center to cloud to AI cyber, and also the policy perspective. Perhaps we'll do a quick round robin along each of the panelists. A brief introduction, please.
Right. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. My name is Hurston Suinda. I'm the CEO of SM Plus Holdings. Really quickly, SM Plus Holdings, it is a holding company, a platform that focuses on investing, developing, and operating digital infrastructures, where today we focus on data centers. Hopefully we can grow the verticals beyond data centers, as well as digital services. We currently own and developing, operating 25 data centers all across Indonesia, with total capacity under operations and development about 40 megawatts. Aside from the data center side, we also have IT services business, system integration business, which is a joint venture with LG of Korea, in order to advance the development and deployment of technology, including AI, cloud, and whatnot, across Indonesia. Sorry, just one addition thing. We are actually fully backed by one of the business groups in Indonesia, one of the largest conglomerates here, Sinarmas Group.
Hi, selamat siang, good afternoon. I'm Fanli Tanto, I'm Country Director of Google Cloud Indonesia. So I'm looking after the operations and also the growth in Google Cloud Indonesia. For those that do not know, Google Cloud is actually a subsidiary of Google. So Google, like YouTube, Gmail, Android, Play, that is actually powered by Google Cloud, and we are actually delivering it to Indonesia customers across segments.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Bayu Hanantasena, President and CEO of Aplikanu Salinta Sarta. We are one of the subsidiary of IOH, Indosat Ooredoo Hutchison. And our main business are actually 4 C's. The first C is connectivity, so we are connecting many cities, more than 400 cities in Indonesia. We also having a satellite operations as well for connectivity. The second C will be cloud. We are the sovereign cloud provider in Indonesia. We run normal BAU cloud as well as AI cloud in Indonesia, and we are partner with NVIDIA for the NCP as NVIDIA cloud partner in Indonesia. The third C is cybersecurity, so we also protect whatever already operates in our cloud and as well as in our connectivity. Last, we have a collaboration platform, so this is where we can collaborate and develop together the ecosystem, especially focusing on the AI ecosystem. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrew. I'm heading a telecom data centers company, well known as Nutra DC. We operate 80 megawatts of data centers, mostly is in Indonesia. We have a presence in Indonesia and Singapore, Hong Kong, as well as a small one in Timor-Leste. What we are is playing in a DC ecosystem, so we are not only a colo providers, but we play in an entire DC ecosystem, meaning that we provide all the DC plus connectivity. Like for example, our data centers in Singapore is one of the hubs of internet traffic of Indonesia. And it's pleasant to be here and discuss with you all. Thanks.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Dennis Tiawan, Director of Strategy and Policy of Digital Infrastructure from Ministry of Communication and Digital Affairs. My job to prepare the roadmap of infrastructure, fiber optic, data center, subsea cable, and also act as the policy regulatory and also the competition issues. And I think the challenge that we have is our minister, Honorable Mutia Hamid, would like Indonesia to be #1 AI in ASEAN. And this is very challenged because I think the fiber connectivity, we still have a challenge, and the speed we have to be also increase a lot. Data center be also the capacity, our target to become 10 times fold. So I think this very honored to be here, and hopefully that this discussion would have a fruitful discussion at this stage. Thank you very much.
So big things start with a big ambition, and it's always exciting when we hear things like 10x data center growth, and we want to be #1 in the region on AI, right? Perhaps I'll ask my fellow panelists to opine. What excites you really the most about Indonesia's digital growth and digital trajectory today, right? Pak Hersen, perhaps you could get us started, and then we could get Ibu Fanli to come in.
I think quite simply, I think at least the way we look at it from the SM Plus perspective, specifically, let's say in our data center business, I think the excitement there is because being a player in Indonesia, obviously one of the largest countries, one of the largest markets in not only Southeast Asia but Asia Pacific, allows us to be able to have a dual strategy, if you may. One is really leveraging what the country, the local market can provide us. And that demand, I think you can talk to a lot of consultants. There's a high degree of predictability in terms of the workload of what can come from the 275 million people in Indonesia. But I think that only tells part of the story. That is essentially what we call sort of the baseline revenue, if I look at it from my P&L perspective, because the other layer on top of that, I think as a player in Indonesia, we actually have the opportunity to be able to capture additional demand beyond what is domestically available to us. What I'm talking about is essentially the AI revolution, for example, the cloud revolution, the migration into cloud. That is not a country-specific opportunity or challenges. I mean, it is a global phenomenon, a global theme, in which we have resources to be able to compete. I'm looking at also, Pak Denny, just now we talk about this. We have the resources to be able to compete in order to not just, obviously dominate locally here, but participate in the build-up of all of this infrastructure, capturing the demand, let's say, in the Southeast Asia region or even the Asia Pacific region. I think AI, I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about AI, but if you think about quite simply, the opportunity here is because what we are transferring, what we are moving across fiber into data centers, for example, it's something called data that we all know. Quite easy to transfer. So there is no limitation or physical limitation in terms of moving this data. The limitation there has to come with how fast can we build, how timely can we build, how cost effectively we can actually build, and how competitive are our operating costs, for example. So all of those are, at least in our opinion, is quite solvable. So I think we always say within SM Plus, Indonesia first, but we don't stop in just trying to cover the Indonesia market.
So Google Cloud is the first hyperscaler in Indonesia. So we have seen the potential since 5 years ago. So since 5 years ago, we drive, and while others are probably just coming in, other hyperscalers, we were the first one. So what we are seeing is we are actually, from the past 5 years, contributing to 900 trillion rupiah of economy digital. And not only that, we are contributing to 92,000 jobs annually. So where is it coming from? We are seeing not only from the cloud computing, where we are serving customer-facing mostly, and we are serving in multiple segments, be it startups, be it in the enterprise, medium enterprise, and also public sectors. So if you are seeing Satu Sehat in Ministry of Health, or we are helping as well in the Ministry of Immigrations, and couple of top 7 banks in Indonesia that are actually powered by Google Cloud. And not only that, we are not stopping there. We are keep continuing expansion in our 5th anniversary, where we put the gateway of AI, so it is ready for Indonesia. And not only that, for the past 18 months, we are seeing 5x growth of customer and 20x growth of usage of AI. So we are definitely very excited to be part in driving this digital economy and driving more economic contributions.
It's a very exciting story. Pak Bayu, Pak Andrew, would you want to just add on to that?
Thank you. So I think what makes us at Lintasarta super excited is, as we know, this country have huge potential. We have huge potential to become one of the largest economy in this world, but we are lacking so many things, especially on the infra. But we see the problem is not only the infra. Infra is one thing. And actually, if we look into penetrations, although our bandwidth is maybe one of the lowest in these regions, but the coverage that we already covered is enormous. So I think one of the challenges that we see that can be flipped into the opportunity is how we can turn the potential by empowering the people. So one of the key purpose of our company, actually one key purpose of our company is empowering Indonesia to accelerate Indonesia potential, to unleash the Indonesia potential. That makes us super excited.
If we want to talk about the excitements, I think let's have a look at the progress that we have made. So 10 to 15 years ago, if you access YouTube, for example, you probably still have what we call a buffering most of the time. But now those are gone. Means that all the latency is getting better. Infrastructures for business as usual is getting better. But there's more things that are coming. So it means like 10, 15 years ago, most of the communication is point to point. People are texting, sending WhatsApp messages, but after the COVID, it's totally changed. Most of the traffic is not people to people or person to person, is person to applications. So it's 60 to 70% now of the total traffic is basically accessing applications. So what's the meaning for our infrastructures? It has to change because building connectivity alone will not be the case. Yes, you can build connectivity, you can put newer technologies that make your latency much faster. You can put up your throughput, but at the end of the day, the latency is about a distance. US is like 200 milliseconds away from us, but is that the case if you want to put up like YouTube videos or Gen AI's inferencing at the end of the day? It's not going to be the case. So to bring all the content move forward or closer to us, you will need something else, which is a data centers. So these data centers is something that we need to have a look and how other country could progress that bring all the content back. I give you some numbers. We are 210 internet users. Let's take if each users have 2 gig of usage a day. If you do a math, the calculation will end up like 1 megawatts of capacity that we need every day. That is apart from the AI. When AI come in, it will be double. So at least we will have like 1 gig a year. And question is, where is all this content is sitting? We are the biggest or number 1 country of using TikToks. Question, is the content is in Indonesia? That's, I think, something that we need to ask ourselves because that's probably is not sitting here. It's probably in other regions or even in our neighboring countries. So yeah, I mean, very exciting for us to talk about this on how to progress with the digital economy that will give a multipliers is much bigger than what we have now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. What makes me exciting from this is the dynamic of this new technology is very interesting. And if you ask my son, for example, he prefer having no wallet rather than lost the mobile phone, for example, or Wi-Fi, right? I think so. The other aspect that I would like to raise is that in this field, the broadband or digital infrastructure, different with the other ministries like civil, the transportation or the general pekerjaan umum. Sorry, in English I don't know. Most of the capital is coming from the industry, okay. But I think the challenge is on the policy and regulation also, how to harmonize between the central government and local governments in this precision. For example, on the challenge on the fixed broadband connectivity, one of the challenge we have is the right of way. And the right of way, most of the challenge we have to coordinate with the local government and also the others as well. I think the subsea cables, so the challenge that we need to proceed, we have to also provide the easiness of licensing, more orchestrated coordination. And Indonesia coordination is not easy thing, but we have to do. And it's this potential, but the government, the policymaker doesn't coordinate amongst them, we might not have got that opportunity. So I don't want the only potential that in the next 5 years, we will be on that target.
Actually, Pak Denny, that is, every opportunity comes with a set of challenges, right? It's quite clear what's keeping you up at night. There's, I think, a bit of work to do. Perhaps I can also turn to some of the eminent panelists here and ask them, what are your organizations doing today to get around some of this? How do you unlock that full potential, right? In the interest of time, perhaps I'll pick 2 people to just share their perspectives with us. Ibu Fanli first, and then perhaps Pak Bayu.
Okay, there are a couple of challenges, but probably I just state one, so I leave it to Pak Bayu to answer the rest. From how we see it, the challenge is actually the amount of talents that is actually ready to embrace this. So there are a lot of requirements, but the amount of talents are still very lacking. So I think at the back we are having internal conversations that a lot of talents coming not from Indonesia, while we want Indonesian to be the center of the talent. So in order to do this, we are seeing this as one of the something that we should handle, that we have what we call program called Juara GCP. So in Juara GCP is actually free enablements, and it's a programs, it's a few weeks programs where everyone can participate in that programs. So that is not only understanding about cloud computing, about services that you can use, but also we are adding about AI. And that is not limited to IT technology, because we are seeing the AI, digital advancement, is not only for technology alone, but also for the non-technology. We are talking about HR, legal, finance, everything. So we are also putting the non-technology certifications in the Juara GCP. So I encourage, since this is free, you should take and participate of this enablement.
Okay, and I think we share the same challenge on talent. I think I mentioned about talent as well. And what we have in Lintas Arta and also IOH as a group, that we already started a movement. We call it AI Merdeka, like what you can see on the screen. So again, to address the talent issues, we kind of having started the program on developing the talent, especially on AI. So we call it Laskar AI. So we got inspiration from Laskar Pelangi, the movie. And on top of that, we are also nurturing the potential AI startup of Indonesia, with the hope that all the winners we will escalate and float as a potential to enter NVIDIA Inception program, so on the global stage. And we also do push collaboration among each other, especially on AI, and develop AI use cases for Indonesia. Again, talent is the key here. We built already AI sovereign cloud in Indonesia, started last year. We launched it in August last year. And we also give some support for the local, not only talents, but also startup to use the cloud, and giving opportunity also to expose with the global partners. I think that what I can say at this moment. Thank you.
No, very, very relevant, right? Talent is really the new spectrum. It's not just about the hardware that we need to put in place, but as much, if not more, really about the people and the ability to take full value from what we put on the ground in infrastructure. Now, panelists, I know we are touching, I think, the end of the session, but very interesting thoughts. So far, I think for me, if I had to summarize, infrastructure, digital infrastructure is really going to be the foundation of prosperity in the next 10 years, right? Whatever we build out today, the scale of that ambition, getting to 10x on DC capacity, getting to #1 in the region, that reflects the value that all of us can take from it in terms of GDP growth, in terms of better incomes, in terms of better livelihoods. Talent is going to be critical to this. There is, I think, a point that we all discussed. And perhaps a last thing, which we didn't discuss as much in the panel, but a bit of food for thought and side conversations. None of this happens in isolation. So even among the panelists, you will see many of them are working together and collaborating. And in tech and in digital infrastructure, to make something work, it's not a one-man show. It really takes a village, and it takes a full ecosystem to drive and unlock the full potential. So with that, I think we will leave you all. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kondinya, for leading the moderated session. And we thank all speakers as well. Please come forward for a photo opportunity. We really enjoyed the discussion. Having to be reminded again that most of us cannot live without digital connectivity. And it is a fact that we cannot dismiss AI or other advancement in technology, as it is part of the catalyst of growth of one country and basically most countries in this world. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for this session, for the speakers and moderator, for their insightful comments and as well as sharings. Thank you very much. Hopefully all of them can be actions in the near future. Thank you. You may all return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder, for your convenience, we have interpretation devices ready for you, available near the entrance. Please note there are some available channels. Channel 0 for floor, Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for Mandarin, and Channel 3 for Bahasa Indonesia. And just very shortly, we are going to enter into our next session, which is a keynote session that will be talking about infrastructure across land, sea, and air. And a warm welcome to the Vice Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Suntana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move forward to our next agenda. And in this agenda, it will be delivered in Bahasa Indonesia. So again, if you need the translation devices, they're available near the entrance door. Now let's dive back into today's agenda with a session that's central to Indonesia's vision for integrated connectivity, addressing one nation, connected, integrating infrastructure across land, sea and air. And I'm pleased to invite the Vice Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his keynote address. So please welcome His Excellency Bapak Suntana to the stage.
Thank you, Madam. Ini karena jamnya sudah jam apa ya? Kalau di pelajaran ini di sekolahan ini udah jam-jam apa nih? Jam rawan ya. Saatnya ngantuk, nahan gitu kan. Pertama-tama saya mohon izin dengan segala hormat. Saya akan membicarakan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Biar saya lebih bebas dan lebih nyaman dalam mempresentasikan apa yang harus kita lakukan untuk Indonesia di masa yang datang. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tuh kan, pada ngantuk Pak, jawabannya juga ada agak sedikit ini nih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nah, lumayan dapat pahala lah, bikin orang semangat. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera, salam, om swastiastu, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati dan selalu saya banggakan, Bapak Menko Infrastruktur, teman-teman dari kementerian atau yang mewakili atau dari Head of Institution, terima kasih atas kehadirannya. Tamu undangan yang saya hormati, baik dalam negeri, luar negeri, khususnya teman-teman dari wilayah yang datang pada saat ini. Ini satu kegiatan yang sebenarnya kalau di wilayah ini sangat mengenakan. Karena bisa jalan Jakarta, tidur satu malam, lalu bisa lihat Plaza Senayan, bisa lari di Senayan gitu kan. Karena saya juga pernah melakukan itu waktu dinas di luar kota. Ibu Bapak sekalian, izinkan saya menyampaikan tema dalam itu dalam bahasa Inggris, One Nation, menghubungkan, mengintegrasikan transportasi darat, laut, dan udara. Ibu Bapak sekalian yang saya hormati, seperti kita ketahui negara Indonesia, negara yang kita cinta ini, negara kepulauan dengan 17.000 pulau. Dan ini menjadi satu anugerah karunia dalam pandangan sesuatu, tapi dalam pandangan yang lain itu mempunyai satu tantangan yang begitu besar. Bagaimana kita mengkonektitkan, bagaimana kita mengintegrasikan Indonesia itu menjadi satu kesatuan perhubungan, satu kesatuan ekonomi, satu kesatuan transportasi, satu kesatuan budaya. Dan itu tidak mudah dilakukan. Kalau kita lihat peta Amerika gitu ya. Amerika yang terpisah itu hanya Alaska, mungkin sebelah sini gitu. Nah, Indonesia ini beda gitu. 2/3 wilayah kita adalah wilayah laut gitu. Nah, bagaimana kita bisa melanjutkan pembangunan, pemerataan ekonomi, penyebaran budaya, penyebaran kesejahteraan di Indonesia? Ini hard job menurut saya. Kerja yang sangat susah. Dan based on my experience, karena saya bekas polisi, saya pernah bertugas di Papua, saya pernah bertugas di luar kota, di luar Pulau Jawa. Saya merasakan begitu sulitnya. Bagaimana konektivitas itu di Indonesia. Karena satu wilayah berbeda dengan yang lain tantangannya. Nah, gunanya pertemuan kita pada saat ini adalah untuk memastikan bahwa kita tetap optimis membangun Indonesia yang berkelanjutan, yang terkonektif dari satu wilayah ke wilayah yang lain. Jangan sampai ada wilayah yang benar-benar terisolir. Mungkin sekarang ada yang kita bilang daerah pemberantasan, daerah terluar, daerah pembatasan. Tetapi itu sebenarnya nanti tidak boleh terjadi lagi. Solusinya adalah bagaimana tantangan transportasi Indonesia itu bisa kita cepat sikapi dan kita laksanakan secepatnya. Sebagai Menteri Perhubungan, sebagai Wakil Menteri Perhubungan, terhadap tuntutan-tuntutan yang sedang kita laksanakan ini, sudah banyak yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Transportasi. Bagaimana menghubungkan jalur darat, jalur kereta, dan jalur udara. Ada beberapa program yang kita laksanakan terus-menerus. Dan itu terus harus kita laksanakan. Memang tidak mudah dan memang tidak cepat. Karena ada satu hal yang sangat membuat kita harus berhitung. Biaya operasional transportasi, pembangunan sarana transportasi itu sangat luar biasa mahalnya. Sebagai contoh Ibu Bapak sekalian, kalau kita membangun satu rel kereta api, 1 kilo kereta api itu di atas gitu Pak, itu at least Pak 45 miliar harga kosnya. Di luar lahan tanah. Jadi kalau kita membangun 1000, bisa dibayangkan berapa puluh triliun. Sementara sektor pendidikan, sektor pembangunan di tempat yang lain juga harus menjadi perhatian. Nah, pada kesempatan itu kita mencoba terus membangun dengan tetap mengedownami beberapa kebutuhan atau beberapa yang terjadi di luar negeri. Kalau Ibu Bapak sekalian yang mumpung datang di Indonesia, Jakarta, Ibu Bapak sekalian harus mencoba, ada WOS di kita. Beberapa tahun yang lalu pada saat saya sekolah di Jepang, tahun 2022, saya sudah naik WOS. Dan pernah pada saya itu bermimpi, kapan di Indonesia ada WOS? Baru tercapai 2 tahun yang lalu saat saya menjadi Kapolda Jabar di 2023-2024 proses pembangunannya. Ada WOS, event baru sekitar Jakarta-Bandung. Tapi kita to be optimis lah, nanti juga akan nyampe ke Semarang dan Surabaya, Pak. Dan kita tahu betapa sulitnya membangun WOS dari segi pembiayaan. Begitu juga kalau lihat gambar, kita juga memberikan pelayanan servis kepada masyarakat. Beberapa sarana transportasi, Ibu Bapak sekalian, kadang kita tidak sadar. Beberapa sarana transportasi itu disubsidi oleh pemerintah, sehingga masyarakat bisa menikmati itu. Kalau kita bayangkan dari Jakarta, Jago itu, kereta Jagorawi itu, Pak, Jabodetabek, itu disubsidi berapa ribu rupiah per penumpang. Begitu juga yang dari Lebak menuju Jakarta. Ada berapa bus proyek-proyek kita BTS itu juga disubsidi oleh pemerintah. Anggaran itu sedemikian kita ingin olah, kita lakukan agar kita bisa memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik untuk masyarakat kita. Begitu juga kita memanfaatkan pelabuhan-pelabuhan yang ada untuk perdagangan, untuk mobilitas orang. Program tol laut, PELNI, itu Ibu Bapak sekalian, PELNI itu melaksanakan subsidi dari negara yang dititipkan ke Kementerian Perhubungan. Tol laut juga sama. Karena ingin kita membuktikan masyarakat bahwa kita bisa melaksanakan itu. Lanjut, Ibu Bapak sekalian, inilah keinginan, tantangan kita ingin menciptakan satu keberlanjutan transportasi yang nantinya kita kaitkan dia harus hijau energi, dia mengurangi karbon, dia tidak mengganggu lingkungan hidup, dan ini tetap harus kita jaga untuk memberikan warisan kepada anak cucu kita. Ibu bapak sekalian yang saya hormati, satu hal yang tadi ingin saya sampaikan dan saya ulangi, bahwa ada keterbatasan yang dimiliki pemerintah, terutama dalam masalah budget. APBN kita, negara kita masih belum cukup untuk membiayai semua. Menghadapi itu, pemerintah bekerja sama dengan sektor swasta. Yang kita sebut kalau di kita itu ada istilahnya KBPU. Jadi swasta diundang oleh kita untuk bisa bersama-sama berkolaborasi membangun sarana transportasi yang ada di Indonesia. Nanti kita akan ganti dengan biaya konsesi. Teman-teman yang swasta akan bangun jalan kereta api, bangun jalan, atau bangun jembatan, bangun pelabuhan, kita dorong dan kita akan berikan izin untuk itu. Timbal baliknya teman-teman akan mendapat konsesi operasional dan pemasukan beberapa tahun sesuai dengan perhitungan, sesuai dengan aturan negara. Beberapa contoh Ibu Bapak sekalian yang perlu saya sampaikan. Pembangunan pelabuhan Patimbang di Subang, itu juga bekerja sama dengan swasta. WOS dengan swasta, walaupun itu swastanya punya luar negeri, tapi ada keterlibatan kita. Ada jasa marga karena lahannya dipakai dan lain-lain. Ada KAI yang kerjasama. Begitu juga pelabuhan, bandara udara Kediri, itu murni 100% dari swasta. Dan beberapa tempat yang lain yang telah dibangun. Jadi pada kesempatan ini menjadi suatu keniscayaan, Pak. Menjadi suatu hal yang lumrah dan normal kalau teman-teman swasta dalam pertemuan ini ingin membangun dan berkontribusi dalam proyek-proyek pembangunan di bidang transportasi. Dan kami atas nama pemerintah sangat mendorong. Saya membuka pintu luang lebar-lebar untuk teman-teman berinvestasi di sektor ini. Kemarin ada keluhan, karena ini ada perwakilan dari daerah. Gubernur Bengkulu datang ke tempat kami, diwakili oleh Sekda. Beliau ingin bisa berkontribusi bagaimana membangun jalan atau sarana transportasi untuk mengangkut kelapa sawit atau batu bara hasil bumi menuju Pelabuhan Bay Bengkulu. Karena kalau dari Bukit Asam menuju Lampung itu membutuhkan 8 jam, Pak. Dan sekarang menjadi keuntungan teman-teman KAI, hampir 1 triliun KAI dapat keuntungan dari situ. Padahal dari wilayah dari wilayah tersebut menuju Pelabuhan Bay itu hanya 130 km. Hanya 3 jam. Nah, pemerintah daerah pingin terlibat. Oke, silakan. Go ahead. We can cooperate. We can make agreement, enggak ada masalah. Silakan, Pemda ikut stand dengan menyiapkan lahan tanah. Nanti bangunannya, biaya bangunnya kita hitung sebagai pernyataan saham. Dan Pelabuhan Bay Bengkulu sebagai contoh, Ibu Bapak sekalian, itu pelabuhan yang sangat strategis untuk mengangkut hasil alam kita menuju Pakistan, India, karena dia langsung terhubung dengan Samudra Hindia. Jadi tidak perlu mutar lagi. Kebetulan saya bekerja juga di Pelindo. Itu peluangnya sangat besar sekali. Pemda bisa ikut serta. Jadi teman-teman pulang dari sini bisa lapor sama gubernur dan bupatinya, peluang itu ada kita berikan. Kemarin beberapa bupati yang sudah menjabat datang ke kantor kami audiensi, pengen ikut serta, silakan. Karena beliau ingin punya perusda yang bisa membantu, membangun, mencari dana untuk membangun di wilayah masing-masing. Ibu Bapak sekalian, pada kesempatan ini yang berbahagia, sekali lagi, saya ingin mengundang seluruh hadirin, peserta untuk bisa bekerja sama, berkolaborasi dalam membangun sarana-sarana transportasi di Indonesia. Peluang itu kita berikan, perizinan kita mudahkan, prosesnya sangat transparan dan bisa diukur. Kita akan diskusikan. Tidak bisa pemerintah sendiri dalam melaksanakan misi ini. Program Asa Cita yang diinginkan oleh Presiden Prabowo di poin keempat itu harus dilakukan secara kolaboratif. Sinergi dengan semua pihak, government dengan swasta, government dengan negara lain, sehingga semuanya bisa jalan dengan bagus. Pada kesempatan ini, saya sangat berharap banyak di pertemuan ini menjadi tukar-menukar informasi, menukar pengetahuan, membentukkan satu inovasi yang nantinya menjadi inspirasi kita untuk membangun Indonesia yang lebih baik, yang lebih hebat, yang tentunya akan kita wariskan untuk masa depan anak cucu kita, tanpa mengabaikan aspek lingkungan. Ibu bapak sekalian, saya sekali lagi menyampaikan terima kasih atas pertemuan ini, dan saya juga mengharapkan ada satu solusi, ada satu rumusan, ada satu saran yang konkret buat pemerintah dalam mengatasi masalah transportasi Indonesia. Semoga kolaborasi ini terus berkelanjutan, semoga teman-teman menjadi mitra yang strategis untuk pemerintah dan negara Indonesia. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf, billahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for insightful remarks. Terima kasih. And successfully nailing the session of that Rawan hours after lunch. And it is indeed Indonesia, a big country, so infrastructures for land, sea and air are the triple things that need to be in the focus as well. Once again, we thank Bapak Suntana for the keynote speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next plenary session, which discusses Indonesia's geography and economic potential, titled Connecting the Archipelago, Infrastructure of Seamless Connectivity. With over 17,000 islands and 280 million people, connecting the nation physically and digitally is both challenging and can be an opportunity as well. So this session will explore strategic directions for land, sea and air infrastructure to foster inclusive and equitable growth. And to guide us through this crucial dialogue, please welcome our moderator for this session, a leading strategic voice in the infrastructure space, the Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group, Jakarta, Ms. Lenita Tobing. Let's welcome him on the stage. And together with the moderator, we'll also would like to invite to the stage the speakers for this session. Deputy Coordinating Minister for Connectivity of the Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, Bapak Odo Manuhutu. Director General of Railways Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Alan Tandiono. President Director of PT Garuda Indonesia Tbk, Bapak Wamil Dansani. Director for Strategic of PT Pelabuhan Indonesia Persero, Bapak Prasetyo, and President Director of PT Jasa Marga Persero, Ibu Pramita Bulanjani. All right, all speakers have now gathered on the stage, and we are ready to pay attention to this. I believe would be an insightful one, an intriguing one as well for all of us. Without further ado, I am handing over the stage to our moderator.
Good afternoon, Our Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second panel session of this International Infrastructure Conference, titled, and the second panel titled Connecting the Archipelago, Infrastructure for Seamless Connectivity. My name is Lenita Tobing, and I lead BCG's Transportation, Cities and Infrastructure practice in Southeast Asia. Connecting the Archipelago, Infrastructure for Seamless Connectivity is a pillar of the overarching theme, Sustainable Infrastructure for the Future, Innovation and Collaboration. And it is aligned with the 2025-2029 National Medium-Term Development Plan, RPJMN, which emphasizes the importance of regional connectivity as a strategy for achieving equitable national economic development. We look forward to hearing insights into innovation and collaboration from key connectivity stakeholders Earlier, we heard a very positive and remarkable push from the Vice Minister himself, Bapak Suntana. And now we have a distinguished panel featuring government stakeholders and key players of the connectivity across air, sea, and land, and including our energy provider, national energy provider. And for that, I think the committee will need to put another seat for Okay, so we will focus on the panelists on this podium. So without further ado, let me first introduce each one of our distinguished panelists. The first one is Pak Odo Manuhutu. Thank you, Pak Odo. Pak Odo Manuhutu currently serves as the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Connectivity of Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, and is a decorated public servant with roles at the Ministry of Maritime and Affairs and Investment, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And as a Deputy Coordinating Minister, Pak Odo is tasked with facilitating policies that would increase connectivity across Indonesia. Our second panelist is Pak Alan Tandiono, who is the Director General of Railways at the Ministry of Transportation, where he's responsible for leading the development and regulation of Indonesia's railway sister. Previously, Pak Alan was a Director of Project Management and Business Development at PT KCIC and a Director at LRT Jakarta. Our third panelist is Pak Wamildan Sani, or may I say Captain Wamildan Sani Panjaitan, who is the President Director of Garuda Indonesia. As an alumnus of SMA Taruna Nusantara and the Indonesian Air Force Academy, Pak Wildan began his military career flying Boeing 737-200 patrol aircraft and serving as a flight instructor. Transitioning to civil aviation in 2013, he held key roles in Batik Air and later became acting CEO of Lion Air in 2022. The lady panelist in the back is Ibu Pramita Wulandjani, who is a seasoned finance executive currently serving as Director of Finance and Risk Management at PT Jasa Marga. And Ibu Mita has held several key leadership across the Jasa Marga Group, including CFO at the Jasa Marga Toll Road Operator and also the Trans Java Toll. And last but not least, Pak Pras, or Pak Prasetyo, who is the Strategy Director of PT Pelindo or PT Pelabuhan Indonesia. Pak Pras has been instrumental in advancing in Indonesia's maritime infrastructure. Under his leadership, Pelindo is transforming ports into world-class maritime gateways, contributing significantly to the nation's economic growth and global maritime presence. So as you can see, this is a very interesting panel covering the ecosystem and also the key stakeholders that would play a key role in the ecosystem. And as we know, Indonesia is an archipelago, 17,000 islands, 280 million people, as we know, with across vast geographic distances, and with the various economic activity that is still mainly in Java, which is 57% of the GDP is still in Java. And how do we solve this imbalance? Because it is critical that the importance of facilitating the movement of goods and people for this national integration, connectivity will play a significant role in economic growth. We hear a lot that logistic remains a bottleneck, and we know that, and we know that our logistic costs is about 23% of GDP. Of course, the number is argumentable, but still, it is high and is one of the lowest performing in the region. And therefore, the cause is high inter-island transport cost, coupled with persistent infrastructure gaps, which continue to hinder efficiency and economic inclusivity. So in this context, improving connectivity by land, sea, air is not only a logistical imperative, but it is a strategic priority. It is essential to reduce costs, supporting regional government, and ensure more equitable access to economic opportunities across the nation. So this panel, we will not only talk about, of course, the challenges and opportunities, but responding to what Bapak Vice Minister has mentioned previously, we want to find innovative and collaborative solutions to unlock connecting the archipelago infrastructure for seamless connectivity. And we want to have more and more success stories as presented through the PPP that Bapak Vice Minister has presented earlier. So, without further ado, I will direct my first question to Pak Odo. Pak Odo Manihutu, as working in the coordinating ministry and you have the overall end-to-end view, what are the government's top priorities in bridging Indonesia's inter-island infrastructure gaps, and what are the key reforms or initiatives is the ministry doing today to improve efficiency and reduce national logistic burdens?
Thank you, Madam. And I think we are here in this panel among friends. I think these are all familiar faces, so the discussion should be easier. And I wear this scarf because there is someone asked me to wear it because to promote from the local, from Bangka Belitung. So this scarf is from Bangka Belitung. I hope you will.
Yes,
you
I was
will
about
go
to say
Bangka Belitung, so
very
this
good.
is really helping. And since 90% of the attendants are Indonesian, so we have like Singlish. We have now English Jaksel. So we mix in English and Bahasa Indonesia. But since we have to be just because most of them are Indonesian. But first, what we, as you asked, what's the government role? First, I want to add that there is over 2,000 trillion rupiahs of potential investment for the private sector. And as mentioned by the vice ministers, we are open for the private sector to be more involved and active in the investment in the sector. So this is the number. It's a huge number. I think the role of the government is to open the. We know the challenges. Come to us, and as Pak Menko also mentioned several times, we are here to provide, to facilitate how to unlock this potential. Now, if you look at the next slide, this is added the type of investment that are open for the private sector. You have the road, sea, aviation, railways, and urban transportation. 2,166 trillion rupiahs potential value, potential investment. The government cannot put all its money in the transportation. That's why we are open up for the private sector. Now, earlier the Vice Minister mentioned about what sort of innovation that we are doing. Currently, what we are doing is first on addressing the overdimension and overloading of trucks, heavy trucks. If you see in the Indonesian tolls, there are a lot of those trucks that damage the Indonesian roads that cost us around 43 trillion rupiahs per year. Now, we are in the finalization of a time plan and a plan of action to address it. One of it is digitalization. Second is to give incentive, the right amount of incentive for the private sector to follow the regulations on trucks. And third is about how we can have deregulate the transportation sector. As the President has mentioned several times that we need to deregulate. I think the last time we conduct deregulation was during the Suharto era, and then that deregulation opened up, unlocked a lot of potential, and we had a strong growth. I think if Indonesia wants to achieve the 8%, we have to follow what the President Prabowo mentioned about deregulation. Now, that is first on the heavy trucks. We hope that the issue of odol can be addressed by end of 2006, and it requires the collaboration of across, not only among government agency, but also with the private sector. To tell you that we conducted 29 meetings last week with various private sector. The idea is that government has to be open-minded, and we have to be in the listening mode. Because by listening mode to the concern from Garuda, from Pelindo, Pertamina, and private sector, we know what are the problems, and we know how we can unlock the potential. Another of the innovation that we are conducting, very small, but has a potential of unlocking around 900 trillion rupiahs, is the optimizations of two main airports in Indonesia, that is Cengkareng and in Ngurah Rai. Because 80% of the traffic in Indonesia of airport is only on those two airports, namely Ngurah Rai and Cengkareng. What I mean by optimization is we don't have to build new runways, we don't need to buy new we don't need to build new terminals. Just by improving the system, the internal system, we can unlock potential value to 900 trillion rupiahs. How to do it? One of it is, if you look, the one of what we are trying to do is, the next slide is, for foreigners who are coming to Indonesia, usually they have to fill in 4 different apps, from the Ministry of Finance, from the Ministry of Health, from the Ministry of Immigration, and also from the quarantine. And now we are in the final process of anyone who's coming to Indonesia, they only have to log in into one app, and all the process will be streamlined. So these are the small issues that we're trying to handle, so that if we then have bringing a lot of tourists from abroad, at least the first experience when they enter Indonesia, it's a good experience. The first mile has to be seamless, and this is what we are trying to do. And the last thing that we are trying to do is to come up with a new government law on Sistem Transportasi Nasional. So each, as Pa Wamen mentioned, if you look, Pa Alan knows exactly, the Director General or Echelon 1 in Kemenko, they have their own law. But sometimes their law is not really connected to one another. So that's sometimes like the one that mentioned by Pa Wamen and Patimban. When we built Patimban, we didn't think about how to connect Patimban with the main road. So we just think about it after we build it. So hopefully we don't experience that kind of situation by having this law that will make sure that every time we build, let's say, a new hub, either airport, either train station, we always have to think about how to connect it to the broader issue. So that is what we are planning to do, and we work closely with Pa Alam, Pa Wildan, also Pa Prasetyo and Pertamina, we are looking at what are the regulations what we need to deregulate or to streamline it, so that it doesn't create unnecessary burden. Let's say with Garuda face a lot of hurdle to make it more competitive, because some of the regulations, let's say on the fuel price, the fuel price of in Cengkareng and also in Papua are different. So how we can make it similar, or how we can assist Garuda whereby when they import spare parts from abroad, they have zero tax. Because if we don't try to lower the barrier for some of the critical goods for Garuda, then we cannot make Garuda competitive. At least what we have to do, and what we have to do is that we have to look our competitors in the region. Not competitors, but our friends in the region, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, or Bangkok, or Tokyo. We have to look at it, what are their policy. At least we have to come up with the same policies. Because sometimes in Indonesia, it can be a curse, it can be a blessing. We tend to be insular in our thinking, because we believe, we are archipelagic state, so we have to be very protective. But that kind of mindset will not help Indonesia to grow. I think for us to unlock that 2,166 trillion of investment, we need to deregulate as instructed by the president, and we have to do it fast, and we have to achieve the 8% growth, because that 8% of growth is really crucial for us to avoid the middle income trap. So government role is we are open to discussion, we are in a listening mode, and we want to solve problems that are facing by the private sector or the state-owned companies. So that's the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baudut. This is very encouraging, and especially the amount that is open for investments, and also the role of the push for integration in using digitalization as well. So now maybe we go to the more specific transportation, and I think still from the government, but I guess, Pa Alan, you can talk from the government, but also from your experience as a player. So it's going to be good to get both views, right? Especially on rail connectivity. And you know that rail connectivity is critical to reduce logistic costs across major islands. And maybe, Pa Alan, if you could share with us, what are the government's top priorities in expanding intermodal railway connections? As Paolo mentioned, the intermodal connection and some mistakes in the past, and how can we mitigate that, and especially outside Java and Sumatra?
Thank you, Ibu Moderator, Bapak Deputi Good afternoon, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that I'm the contributor of Singlish, probably, Pak Deputy. So I was studying in Singapore for working also more than 15 years. Did my bachelor's at NUS and master's at NTU Singapore. So pardon me for that Singlish. I'm very happy and grateful to be seated with these distinguished panelists here today to share about the Indonesian railway and what we are going to do today and moving forward. I think earlier on, the remarks given by my boss, the Vice Minister of Transportation, was loud and clear that we need to do a lot. And Ibu Moderator also mentioned about how good transportation can reduce logistic costs, and definitely we truly believe that railway is an efficient mode of transport that can contribute to reducing the logistic costs in the economy. And just now earlier on, my Vice Minister also mentioned that a lot needs to be done, but we need more money. So today I'm here, happy to discuss all issues regarding your future investments, especially in the railway sector. And I would say again what just now the Vice Ministers mentioned, that we are here committed to be transparent, to be professional in managing your investments from the beginning towards the closure. So this is what we are committed to do. We want to make doing business with us very easy and a pleasant one. Indonesia has big dream about developing the railways here. In 2030, we hope that we have more than 10,000 kilometers of railway line. To put it into today's context, today we are only operating more than slightly above 7,000 kilometers. So there are a lot to be done. Vice Ministers also mentioned a rough figure of how the development of railway would cost. Now I give you further context. To build a metro underground system, you need, on the current market, around 120 million US dollars per kilometer. Imagine building 20 kilometers of a metro line. How much would the government pay for it? So our commitment again is to be open for business with all local, foreign investors. We will safeguard your investments. We will make sure that there is a certainty in your dealings with us, and that your money here would be fruitful for your shareholders. So I think, aligned with what you're going to invest here, we believe that we will also serve the people better in times to come. Not only reducing logistic costs, but railway is a transport that our people truly love. Around the greater Jakarta area, almost 1 million people is using the commuter line system. MRT is currently serving more than 100,000 people a day. Our newly built Greater Jakarta LRT is also now already serving almost 100,000 passengers per day. My previous project, the Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Railway, when we started building, a lot of people questioned, will anyone take the train? The distance is so short between Jakarta-Bandung. Would someone spend 350,000 for a one-way ticket to ride on Whoosh? Many seems pessimistic at that time. But today, on a weekend, we are serving more than 20,000 people. And moving forward, we believe that with Karawang station accessibility, just now Pak Deputy mentioned about how each sector should collaborate together to make sure that access in and out of the station is a seamless one. We believe with the improvement that we can do with regard to the station accessibility at Karawang, that will also add another 14 to 15,000 passengers per day on Whoosh. So this is what the potential of not only logistic railway business, but also passenger railway business in Indonesia. And again, I would repeat our commitment to all of you here that your investment will be safe, and we also want you to succeed with your investment in Indonesia, especially in the railway sector. And if there is anything in the future that you need to ask, I'm just one call away. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Dirjen. This is very encouraging, and I think, again, the certainty of investment, especially railway, given that this is long-term projects, and this is what we need all from the government. So thank you, Pak. So now coming to the players, and let me start from the air. Captain Wamildan, maybe let me start with, given your extensive experience, what are the main challenges that you have faced so far in air connectivity across Indonesia? Because air connectivity, we always read every day that there is news about air connectivity, there's news about Garuda, there's news about the airport. So, we would like to hear from you, what are the main challenges that you've faced when providing connectivity? And as Indonesia's national flag carrier, what is Garuda's role in bridging this inter-island connectivity through air travel?
Thank you, Ibu Moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panel. It is an honor for me to be here, and like Pak Odo said, that there are two options, Jaksel English or Singlish, so I prefer to choose the Jaksel English. Okay, Ibu Moderator, to respond to your question, that it is clear that the main challenge of our country is the geography. Okay, Indonesia has more than 7,000 islands and stretching across the archipelago. And connecting these islands is not an easy way. It's not an easy task. Even for, I believe that the other media, including airline. But before coming to that point, I want to talk about the challenge, because we have to know about the airline business, that currently the airline business, the whole airline business face many big pressures. Okay, we have the rising of fuel prices, the higher maintenance costs, and the supply chain disruptions, and also it affects the fleet availability. And one another thing, of course, the exchange rates volatility. So all those pressure make even harder for the airline business itself. So it impacts all the air traffic flow and increase operating costs. Again, cost, like Paulo said, that there must be a lot to be done if we want to compare our country to the neighboring country. Because many person ask me, why you cannot do like Singapore Airline? This question is coming up many times. And then again, Pak Odo has said that we have many different things that, and I do agree with Pak Odo that we can come up with something that can make something that can release the pressure, especially for the airline business. And then to connect these islands, so it is very important for Garuda and CityLink. And currently we are together account for 30 to 35% market share domestic. So can we imagine that 30 to 35% market share from more than 200 million passengers, so there is still room for increasing the frequency and also the passengers that can bring. And then our combined position, Garuda and Citylink, helps to reduce the monopolistic pricing and then to ensure the fair and accessible air transport. We serve, of course, both fuel service at low cost market segment and also offering flexibility and choice to the public, and connecting Indonesia vast archipelago through our extensive route network. And we have planned, and I invite all the participants in this room to come to Garuda booth. We have prepared many things to be seen, and you can ask many things to my team in the booth, from the financial position up to in-flight meal that we can serve in flight. So we prepare all the extensive information in our booth, so I invite to all. And of course, we are also open to the investors because we plan to add more than 120 aircraft for the next 5 years. Again, we want to increase our market share from 35% to 50% for the next 5 years. So again, this is our role as a flag carrier to do the best of our mandate to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wamildan. That's, again, the archipelago challenge is clear, that Indonesia cannot be compared to other countries, right? And I think same thing for, as a maritime country, I think the role of ports is also critical. So maybe I'll go to Pak Pras. What are the strategies that are in place to improve connectivity, especially between the major port and feeder port? And we know the challenges of that in Indonesia. And I'm sure that you also rely on a lot of partnerships to do so. Maybe you, Pak Pras, if you can share what Pelindo is doing at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Bu Lenita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, and also Bu Lenita, Bu Moderator. Yeah, first of all, I would like to introduce that Pelindo is a port operator, and since October 2021, Pelindo merged into one Pelindo before. There are 4 Pelindo, Pelindo 1, 2, 3, 4, but currently only 1 Pelindo. And Bu Lenita, I would like to correction your statement about the Indonesian national logistic cost, because after Pelindo merge, we already make a study for the new Indonesia logistic cost, Indonesia national logistic cost, with the same method and same individual consultant with the other country. Before, the calculation of the Indonesia national logistic cost with the different method with the other country. Different method with Singapore, with Malaysia, Vietnam, and the other country. But as I mentioned before, Pelindo, with collaboration with Bappenas, BPS, and also the Ministry of Coordination Economic, we got the result of the new national logistic cost, not 23.6 anymore, but 14.23% comparing with the GDP. So it's almost the same with the other country in ASEAN. Yeah, this is the new national logistic cost of Indonesia. The study we did in 2022 until by the end of 2022 and until early 2023. Maybe currently the national logistic cost reduced again, maybe 12.5 until 13%. So this is our challenge to make our national logistic cost more efficient. Yeah. based on your question, Bu Lenita, yeah. After we merge, you know well about the process of Pelindo merge, yeah. So you are the consultant, and you also give us a lot of homework, yeah. So after we merge, Pelindo have a lot of homework. After we merge, we operate 126 ports and terminal in Indonesia. It's our challenge to make the efficient in our operation performance. Yeah. We also implemented our strategies to make our operation, our services more efficient with the implemented the optimization of our port infrastructure. We make standardization, we implemented the digitalization, also we make the modernization of our port equipment. So it will impact to more efficient and more effective in our operation. And the goal of our strategies is how to make the cargo stay and port stay more efficient, reducing the cargo stay and port stay. For example, like before we merge, before Pelindo merge, in Sorong, it needs maybe 5 days to finish the operation in the port. But after we merge, we make the standardization of human resources capabilities. We make standardization of the port operation. We implemented the digitalization. So it's only 1 day to finish our operation in Sorong, in eastern of Indonesia. So, and the other strategies, also we optimizing our concept with the hub and spoke. Yeah. So before we merge, it's Pelindo, for example, like Pelindo Belawan in Pelindo 1, and Pelindo 2, and Pelindo 3, and Pelindo 4. Its port, the role of its port is most like competitors. Yeah. But now, after we merge, all the ports is networking. Yeah. Because port not as standalone anymore, but the port as a network. So that's why we implemented also to optimizing the hub and spoke concept. For example, like in the eastern of Indonesia, our hub port is on the Makassar New Port, and also in Tanjung Perak, Surabaya. In the western of Indonesia, we have Belawan and also Tanjung Priok. In Makassar, we spoke to Ambon, to Sorong, and also to the other area in eastern of Indonesia with the standardization of operation. We also looking for the standardization of pairing port. For example, like Surabaya in Banjarmasin is a pairing port. Yeah. So we make standardization in Surabaya almost the same with in Banjarmasin, with the SLA and SLG also the same. So that's our strategies to optimizing our port performance to contribute more reducing the national logistic costs. That's it, Bu Lenita.
Thank you, Pak Pras, and thank you for the clarification of the new numbers that were released on the 14%, and I think we definitely can do better with more collaboration and innovation together. So back to the land transportation now, and we know that Jasa Marga has built significant kilometers of roads in the last 10 years if we compare to the last 20 years, right? There was a significant uplift. And maybe the question to Bumita, how is the contribution of Jasa Marga into the development of the integrated toll road to increase land connectivity more efficiently?
Thank you, Bu Lenita, our moderator, for your interesting questions, Bu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all of our distinguished guests and also fellow panelists here, Pak Odo, Pak Alan, Pak Wilmildan, and Pak Parsetyo, and also Bu Lenita as a moderator. Thank you, Bu. Answering your questions, Bu. Jasa Marga, as the first and also the largest toll road operator company in Indonesia, holding we have holding 43% of market shares in terms of operated toll road, Bu, and also over 47 years of experience. Jasa Marga is committed to become to being a driver on transformations, especially in toll road development. And Jasa Marga, we are developing the integrated toll road network connected with the production hub, industrial areas, port, airport, and also the cities, big cities. And especially we also connect with city with the tourism destinations across the country. So right now, Jasa Marga, currently we have 36 toll road concessions, with the total length of the toll road concession is around 1,736 kilometers, which around 1,236 kilometers is already operated by the end of 2024, December 2024. And we know that in the last 5 years, we increase our toll road network and our toll road concessions increase significantly. We successfully added more than 574 kilometers of toll roads concessions. It's equal to 50% of increase compared to our toll road concessions length in 2020. And right now, we still have remaining 5 toll road projects needs to be done, and we have a plan for 5 all of the toll road we will finish by the end of 2030. This toll road project is including Akses Patimban Toll Road, and then the Jogja Solo, Jogja Bawen, Jakarta, Japek Selatan, and also the last one is the Probolinggo Banyuwangi. These new projects reflects our commitment, Bu, Jasa Marga's commitment to providing access and also enhancing connectivity and also strengthening the regional growth. In terms of operated toll road, we move to the operated toll road. So over the years, we have consistently increased the number of operated toll road as well. More than 663 kilometers of new toll roads are placed or shift into operations within just 7 years. The expansion is not just about adding the number of the kilometer of the toll road, shifting to the operations, but it is about how we can contribute, and it is about to connect the economic, vital economic zone, and also how to reduce the travel time and improve the logistic flow. And at the end, we hope that this effort can reflect to our national productivity and also balance regional connectivity and inclusive development. We also understand the Indonesia's development cannot only focus on the Java Island. That's why we are expanding our toll road network to region outside Java to ensure the economic growth is more balanced and inclusive across the country. Our commitment to regional development is reflected in our effort to build toll road in a strategic area, but previously under connected areas. For example, in Kalimantan, we built the Balikpapan Samarinda toll road, Bu, the first toll road in Kalimantan Island. And then this road connecting to big cities in the East Kalimantan, Balikpapan and also Samarinda, and provide direct access to the new capital city, our IKN, Nusantara. And also, for example, in Sulawesi, we operate the Manado Bitung Toll Road, which link Manado City to Bitung Port, and also the special economic zones like Bitung Special Economic Zones, supporting both local industry and also export activities. And in Sumatra, we also built a Sumatra Toll Road, Belmera Toll Road, connected with the kota or city Medan, with the Tanjung Morawa, and also the Belawan Port, a key industrial zone. Meanwhile, our newer toll road like Medan Kuala Namu Tebing Tinggi connect key industrial zone with the airport. Yeah, just our toll road network do no more than the connect places. We are try to make our toll road enable job creation, kemudian also regional investment, and also faster access to market and services. Like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bumita. And I think the interest of time, but you can see that there's a lot already been going on. So we have a good foundation, but nonetheless, to achieve our objective of this inclusive growth, a balanced economic, we need more. We need more support, more collaboration. And I think if I may, Pak Wamildan, Pak Pras, Bu Mita, quickly, what support do you need from the stakeholders, be it the government, be it the investors, or anything that you see that we can push further, given that we were challenged by Pak Vice Minister, right? That, you know, there's so much potential, and then we need to all collaborate. Silakan, Pak Wamildan.
Okay, thank you, Bu. Garuda Indonesia is a uniquely positioned, not just as a national carrier, but also a vital connector across the Indonesia island. I've thought about the condition of Indonesia, the potential market of Indonesia, and the number of our citizens. So there are two things. There are two things that can be built up to provide cost-effective and dependable air access, not only to the remotable area. And we need two things, which is the continued commitment and also strategic collaboration from different stakeholders. That two things that we need to improve and even broader and greater in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Pak Pras?
Yes, as you mentioned before that Indonesia is an archipelago country. We have more than 17,000 islands. So the infrastructure development is important for Indonesia. Yeah, but not just infrastructure development, the connectivity of the infrastructure also important. As Bu Mita mentioned, that Jasa Marga already have a development to connect it between the industrial area and port area. It's also important for us, for Pelindo, to make integration between the ports and hinterland, the port and the industrial area, the port and the cargo consolidator area. Yeah. So based on that, so we also need the support from the government to make the clear regulation and also the blueprint of the infrastructure of Indonesia. So with that, we can make our connectivity, our logistic distribution more efficient and more effective, and then the impact of the efficient and effective of the logistic distribution is to reducing the national logistic costs. And after we get the efficiency of the national logistic costs, our logistic performance index will increase, and we can compete with the other area. So we can invite the investor to invest in Indonesia. Okay.
Thank you, Pak. Ibu Mita?
Yes. Thank you, Bu. For Jasa Marga, adding for Pak Prasetyo, yes, we need to support for the government, stronger government support, especially in land acquisition process, because sometimes in land acquisitions, the process is often complex and time-consuming, and sometimes it took many years to finish the land acquisitions. So that's the impacting for the delay of the construction for the toll road. And then financial and also fiscal support, like I think some of the, that's to enhancing the regional connectivity, Bu, because sometimes, like I said before, that some of the toll road or the city is strategic or economically feasible, viable, but not commercially feasible not yet. Commercially feasible. So maybe government can support us to do like the government support for financing with the viability gap funding for some part planned or built by the investor and some sections of the toll road built by the government, support by the government, and also the availability payment scheme, Bu. Yes, maybe, and also the third one is policy and regulatory certainty, stable regulations, especially in regarding the tariff adjustments, land access, environmental approval, and also PPP schemes are crucial for long-term planning and also investor confidence, Bu. This. Thank you.
Thank you, Bumita. And I think this is aligned what Pak Dirjen, Pak Alan mentioned in the beginning on PPP and investor confidence. So Pak Alan, what further PPP that are pursued, overall, but also specifically in to modernize the railway system that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I think the Vice Minister just now mentioned in detail about the possibility of building a connection at Bengkulu Port to the neighboring mining area. He was saying about just 130 kilometers, but he cannot understand why there is no good linkage between these two hubs. And that is aligned also what Pelindo mentioned, that we need to have some connection between the port and industrial parks, production areas. We make it seamless, and therefore making the national logistic cost more effective and efficient. We are also talking about potential freight railway transport PPP at Kalimantan. A lot of good Kalimantan mining spots that still not yet connected to the ports. So I think, again, I concur what was mentioned, that we need to have good connection between port and production area, and therefore we make logistic costs more efficient. And with regard to passenger railway transport, there is a possibility of building a feeder system for the MRT Jakarta, for LRT Jakarta, to the nearby residential area, maybe with a smaller kind of train. Therefore, the capital expenditure is lower, and hopefully the private sector can take part, because the investment cost is much lower than the mass transport system that certainly needs the government support.
Thank you, Pak Alan. And I think to close the loop, and Pak Odo, having heard the inputs and the concerns, but also the ask from the players, what is as the coordinating Deputy Coordinating Minister for Connectivity, what do you want to go to align that infrastructure development, that connectivity alignment? Are there any further push that is on your mind, having heard this?
I have three things to say. First, bureaucracy is a catalyst for innovation. Well, some people face bureaucracy, sometimes it's considered as a hurdle. I think the government under President Prabowo and Menko Ahaye Well, we are very committed that the bureaucracy is a catalyst for innovation. And I think Pak Pras can be a testament, can give testimony that we are now helping Pak Pras how to integrate the tariff of the eastern part of the eastern toll road, so that the discrepancy between the existing and the current one can be reduced by 50%. But secondly, this is the most important one. This is my personal mathematical formula: 1 plus 98 plus 1. The 1 is the policy, the idea, what we want to solve. 98% is decided by we work together as a team, as the Indonesian team. So we have to collaborate and we have to have the same understanding. We might have see issues from different angle, which is good, and then how we can come up with one policy and with one single team that address the issue. And now we are working closely with Pak Alan on the railway from Jakarta to Surabaya high-speed rail, with Pak Mildan, how we can decrease the cost of air transportation by reducing all the government regulation, and also with Pak Pras and also with our friend with Jasa Marga in addressing on the. That's the 1 and 98%. The 1% we always have to remember, and I hope someday you will read the book by Niccolo Machiavelli. He wrote 2 books, the Il Principe, but the other one, which is the important one, the Discourse. He says that all policy, all programs depend on 1%. That is good luck. It depends on luck. You might have the right team, you might have the right policy, you might have all the resources in the world, but if you don't have the momentum, forget it. So I think the current government is very much committed to that 8%, and our role in coordinating ministry is to listen to all our friends, what are their concerns. Our office is always open for that, and we try to solve it, and some of these it will be related to train, to aviation, also to port. And I think in the long run, Indonesia, we have to think more about how to increase the use of air transportation, train, and as well, and the sea, because it's very odd that for a country we consider as a maritime state, a country, 80% of our transportation is by land. I think we have to increase the air transportation to 20 to 30%, and maritime to 20 above 20%. So the government is very much committed. We are in a listening mode. We want to solve problems together, and that is the key theme. The bureaucracy is the catalyst for innovation. And the last one is, this is the QR code for my presentation. We prepare a 20-page presentation, but we don't want to bore you. So if you want to download it, scan it, please. And if you want to have more discussion with us, please come to us. So thank you for the invitation, for coming to this event. Let's work together as a team, Indonesia team, and let's solve the problems that we are facing. Definitely in solving problems, Pak Mildan, Pak Prasetyo, and Pak Alan, we cannot solve everything, but we have to be realistic, but we have to move on so that we achieve the 8% as dictated by our president. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Paudo. What a positive closing note. This really gives a lot of energy to all of us. And let me just summarize, because of time, for the 98% on collaboration. So I think this forum really, you can see the urgency for collaboration and the outcome of the collaboration that have been done so far. So let's continue to do so for collaboration, for connectivity, for an inclusive economic development for Indonesia. So thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the panel. Let's give a big round of applause for our panelists. And I will hand it over to the to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tobing, for leading the moderated session. And also speakers, very, very intriguing discussions as well. Let's give a big round of applause, and we'll invite everyone to have a group photo together. So please take center stage, all speakers and moderator. Discussed in the session how anything that's built around infrastructure needs to be connected and interconnected so that we can have integrated ecosystem for land, air, and sea that is seamless as well and commercially interesting, because at the end of the day, all of these infrastructures are built for the human and for the welfare of Indonesian people. So once again, thank you very much, all speakers. Thank you, moderator. And let's pause a little bit for this group photo. We appreciate the insights and the best practices as well that we heard from some of the speakers that spoke on the session. Thank you. You may all return to your seats. Appreciate the time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to break out into our parallel thematic discussions. And the session will begin promptly at 3:10 p.m. and will take place in the following rooms. At Merak 1, the theme is on decarbonization, transport, charting the energy transition across all modes. At Merak 2, navigating the archipelago, strengthening maritime and air connectivity. And at Merak 3, infrastructure investment process in Indonesia. And at Nuri 1 room, driving mobility, scaling road and rail infrastructure for national integration. So please make sure that you go into the right room with the right thematic sessions or selected topic. And you don't worry, we'll be parting for a while, but we'll be meeting again very soon. The plenary hall will reopen at 4:30 p.m. for the next keynote session. So we'll be looking forward to see everyone back at 4:30 at the plenary hall. Thank you very much and see you a little later.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja. Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus. Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal.
Iya!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkereta-apian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We Utama Karya. Present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Utama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus, ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus, ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to being catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja? Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus! Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal...
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini?
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Karena kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries. Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome the Minister of Housing and Settlement Area of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Marwarar Sirait. Welcome back, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. Selamat sore. We believe that you are feeling recharged after the break and also ready and energized to start with the next sessions, because the next sessions will elevate our collective thinking on Indonesia's future for infrastructure landscape in this country. And we begin this afternoon with a keynote that addresses one of our most basic yet urgent needs, housing. And to present a keynote address entitled Providing Homes for the People, Ensuring Affordability and Accessibility, please join us in welcoming the Minister of Housing and Settlement Area of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Marwarar Sirait. Let's give a big round of applause.
Selamat sore, yang saya hormati Bapak Menteri Transmigrasi, Bapak Iftita, para jajaran eselon 1 dari Kemenko Infrastruktur, salam hormat buat Pak AHY, juga ada beberapa bupati, Pak Wandi, teman-teman yang hadir, dan juga mungkin ada beberapa investor yang hadir di sini. Pada saat saya tanya tadi, ini targetnya apa? Sosialisasi atau transaksi? Jadi dua-duanya. Nggak apa-apa, saya akan coba jelaskan. Kalau transaksi saya akan lebih tajam. Kalau sosialisasi tentu saya akan mix dengan sosialisasi. Izinkan saya memakai waktu, saya dapat waktu berapa menit kira-kira? Setengah jam ya? Setengah jam atau berapa menit ya? Berapa menit? 10 menit? Oke, 10 menit. Baik, saya mulai saja dengan cepat. Tolong yang bahasa Indonesia aja. Jadi arah kebijakan ini jelas ya. Jadi yang poin nomor 13 saja, program prioritas menjamin rumah murah sanitasi. Ini yang penting saya sampaikan kepada teman-teman dan para investor yang hadir di sini. Kemudian menyediakan rumah ya layak huni dan memiliki standar yang baik, karena rumah yang disebut rumah subsidi itu juga bisa berkualitas. Saya bisa tunjukin rumah-rumah yang sangat berkualitas dengan harga yang murah. Bisa saya perlihatkan kalau ada waktu, nanti Pak Menko mau ada tour, misalnya ke satu kabupaten, Tangerang atau Kabupaten Bekasi, saya bisa kasih lihat dengan harga 170 juta, dengan DP 1%, dengan cicilan itu bisa 15-20 tahun, dengan bunga itu sekitar, bukan fix ya, 5%, dengan jaminan kredit kalau misalnya dia baru nyicil 2 bulan meninggal, dia bisa dapat langsung. Ya, walaupun dia nyicil 20 tahun, itu kami bisa perlihatkan kalau nanti, karena memang tahun ini adalah tahun terbesar Pak Prabowo sepanjang Indonesia Merdeka, karena ini program yang bagus, jadinya paling besar sepanjang Indonesia Merdeka tahun ini diberikan 350.000 rumah bagi rakyat Indonesia. Ini adalah kabar baik. Kenapa? Satu rumah itu dibangun oleh 5 orang, kemudian dari berbagai research, yang terafiliasi dengan perumahan subsidi ada 183 industri seperti semen, pasir, cat, kaca, kayu, plafon, belum lagi ibu-ibu warung yang bekerja, belum lagi supir-supir dan kenek-kenek. Jadi saya bisa pastikan jutaan orang itu bekerja dari sektor perumahan, baru dari rumah subsidi saja. Karena tadi kalau kita hari ini targetnya dan sudah ada uangnya 350.000 unit. Ini terbesar sepanjang sejarah Indonesia. Ya, dan saya juga harus sampaikan, saya selalu sampaikan ke Pak Ahy, ini karya rumah subsidi zaman pemerintahan Bapak SBY. Jadi apa yang bagus dari pemerintahan sebelumnya, kita belajar dari Pak Prabowo negarawan, bukan kita hilangkan, tetapi kita lanjutkan, bahkan yang bagus dari pemerintahan Pak SBY soal rumah subsidi, bukan hanya kami lanjutkan, tapi kami besarkan. Buktinya apa? Ini jauh lebih besar daripada tahun-tahun sebelumnya. Jadi saya pikir kita juga masuk ke wilayah yang menjadi negarawan, tidak boleh ada yang bagus dari pemerintah sebelumnya dihilangkan dan juga sekedar mengganti saja. Jadi semangat itu kuat di pemerintahan sekarang. Kemudian apa sih yang sudah kita lakukan? Kita bersyukur dari DPR Pak Dasko banyak membantu, Komisi 10 banyak membantu, Pak Misbakun. Saya menyampaikan dukungan yang lintas sektoral dalam konteks pembiayaan. Contoh, GWM itu di BI, teman-teman, ya, bank punya mesti taruh duit di BI, Bank Indonesia itu 5%. Direlaksasi menjadi 4%. Makanya kita punya uang yang cukup besar untuk di sektor perumahan ini. Jadi kita mesti jelaskan dari konsep pemikiran, baru kita melakukan bagaimana memperjuangkan itu. Jadi semua itu kan harus dimulai dengan konsep, pikiran, terobosan, baru kita lihat seperti Danantara, Pak Prabowo punya pikiran bagaimana melakukan konsolidasi keuangan, ya bagaimana itu disinergikan dengan kekayaan alam kita, ya nikel kita, tambang kita punya emas dan sebagainya, dan itu bisa disinergikan antara dana dan antara tambang dan nikel sehingga bisa punya daya ungkit meningkat, royaltinya, pajaknya, dan tenaga kerjanya banyak buat kita. Jadi itu sudah dilakukan dan sesudah itu konsepnya itu diyakini benar, baru revisi Undang-Undang BUMN. Nah, apa poin yang saya mau sampaikan adalah kita jangan takut berubah, tetapi berubah untuk apa? Kalau untuk memperkuat negara kita, kalau untuk memperkuat rakyat kita, ya, dan memastikan itu lebih baik, kenapa kita mesti takut berubah? Saya rasa itu yang saya mau kasih pesan di sini, bahwa kita juga tidak takut berubah. Ya, bahwa misalnya berubah undang-undang kita rubah, saya dalam rangka mempersiapkan perubahan undang-undang perumahan. Nanti pada waktunya saya akan laporkan. Ya, bagaimana kita perlu, bagaimana sulitnya sekarang secara aturan tanah negara untuk rakyat kita. Barang milik negara berbelit-belit. Ya kita harus buat jelas selama itu buat kepentingan negara, kepentingan rakyat, harusnya bisa. Ya, dan diaudit dan sebagainya, silakan. Saya pikir langkah-langkah contoh soal Danantara, Undang-Undang BUMN yang dirubah, kemudian dijalankan efektif, dananya terkonsolidasi, jadi lebih efisien dan produktif. Saya sampaikan bahwa konsep Danantara di sini, waktu saya 2 bulan lalu mendampingi Presiden Prabowo ke Qatar, ke Doha, bertemu dengan Emir Qatar di istananya, itu Emir Qatar yang tanya, how about Danantara? Dijelaskan Pak Prabowo seperti tadi. Dan Emir Qatar sudah mendapatkan penjelasan konsolidasi itu, dia bilang, oke, saya mau chip in $2 miliar. Saya pikir ini adalah pikiran-pikiran strategik, yang perubahan-perubahan bagaimana menghadapi dunia internasional. Pak Prabowo itu selalu mengedepankan berdiri di kaki sendiri, tetapi juga dalam bargaining dengan internasional, kita punya kekuatan. Kekuatan kita punya uang, kita punya resources, dan kita juga punya kepemimpinan yang kuat. Saya pikir itu harus bisa menjadi pegangan kita dalam melangkah. Saya masuk ke potensi lahan, ini langsung saja yang paling bagus ada coba di videoin aja. Mudah-mudahan ada investor yang tertarik, karena saya juga sudah mendapatkan korespondensi, kita sudah ketemu dengan beberapa investor asing, tapi cepet-cepetan aja. Ini yang paling bagus, kita bisa lihat sebentar. Mudah-mudahan di sini ada investor yang tertarik, nanti tim saya bisa menemani.
It is 25 kilometers away from the capital city of Jakarta, a strategic residential area in the heart of Tangerang City. Welcome to Karawaci City. Strategically located with direct access to the main
Ini daerah yang
Jakarta
sangat
Merak toll
strategis,
road
sangat
and
strategis.
connected to various important facilities such as a golf course, Pelita Harapan
Di
University,
sebelahnya kampus,
Gunadharma
sebelahnya lapangan
University,
golf,
and Siloam
ada rumah
International
sakit.
Hospital. Land is ready to build with two-way access roads, namely
akses
Paling Raya
jalan yang luar
Boulevard and
biasa, dan yang paling
Tamansari
penting
Neighborhood Road.
tidak ada penghuni di atasnya, jadi ready to use.
This
Jadi tidak ada
location
orang
is a
lagi yang ada
high-class
di atasnya.
residential area
Banyak
in
tanah-tanah
accordance
negara
with the
itu
city's
diduduki
spatial
oleh
plan.
ribuan penduduk. Ini tidak, ini siap.
Join a premium location that promises convenience, high investment value, and a bright future.
Oke, ini ada contoh Pak Menteri, saya sampaikan kepada publik. Ini juga yang kedua, ada di Maja itu di Banten, itu daerah kota baru yang begitu luar biasa. Maja ditampilkan nggak? Satu, nggak apa, Maja satu, biar bisa ada dua lah.
It is 25 kilometers away from the capital city of Jakarta, a strategic residential area in the heart of Tangerang City. Welcome to Karawaci City.
Jangan yang ini, yang Maja, Pak. Kalau kita ini yang tadi, yang Maja, yang lain. Ini yang lain, jangan yang sama dong.
Strategically located with direct access to the main Jakarta Merak toll road and connected to various
Pak
important
Dirjen, tolong
facilities
dikawal,
such as a
jangan
golf
yang
course,
sama, habis waktu.
Pelita Harapan University,
Tolong dikawal aja di belakang,
Gunadharma
supaya efektif.
University, and Siloam
Oke,
International
sambil itu
Hospital.
diperbaiki, coba dimatikan dulu. Saya juga mau menyampaikan, saudara-saudara, keberpihakan kita kepada rakyat kecil luar biasa. Bulan November saya dipanggil ke istana oleh Presiden. Beliau mengatakan, coba pikirkan, biasa kita memberikan karpet merah kepada investor, itu bagus, teruskan. Tolong pikirkan karpet merah buat rakyat kecil. Kemudian saya berdiskusi dengan Mendagri, dengan Menteri PU. Akhirnya kita membuat suatu kebijakan yang sangat pro rakyat, yaitu rakyat yang di sini adalah MBR, yang masyarakat berpenghasilan rendah, yang biasanya BPHTB-nya itu bayar 5%, 0% sekarang. PBG-nya, persetujuan bangunan gedung yang biasa bayar sekarang gratis. Kemudian PPN-nya sampai bulan Juni ini 0%. Jadi kebijakan yang sangat pro rakyat dilakukan dalam beberapa bulan ini. Itu sangat terasa banget, buktinya penyaluran rumah subsidi itu terbesar sepanjang sejarah di triwulan pertama Pak Menteri, Januari, Februari, Maret 2025 dibanding Januari, Februari, Maret 2024 itu naiknya 1.173%. Jadi itu artinya kebijakan itu bisa dimakan oleh market, kalau nggak mungkin naiknya 1.173% head to head dibanding 3 bulan tahun 2024 dan 3 bulan di tahun 2025. Nah ini kita lihat lagi, sheet ini di sini pengembangnya cukup banyak, diantaranya Ciputra, ada lahan juga di sini.
With a land area of more than 74,000 square meters. This area comes with easy licensing, clean and clear legality,
Clear and
guarantees
clean
the
itu
right
penting sekali
solution without
disampaikan.
risk.
Karena Pak Menteri tahu kalau di Indonesia, kalau di atasnya ada penduduk, waduh itu
It is
kita
sustainable housing, a
agak
place
lama
where
waktu.
thousands of families will build their future. Invest today, better quality of life tomorrow.
Ya, baik. Dari saya itu saya sampaikan kepada mungkin ada investor yang tertarik. Kami helpful, kami akan selalu terbuka. Tapi terus terang ini sudah kami diskusikan dengan Oredo di Qatar dan sudah melakukan pembicaraan. Kemudian juga ada beberapa perusahaan yang sudah bicara sama kami. Jadi kami tentu punya kriteria sendiri dan kami yakin dengan lahan yang ada, dengan aturan yang jelas, dengan market Indonesia yang begitu besar, dengan backlog yang besar sekitar 10 juta, saya pikir Indonesia itu dalam bidang perumahan sangat besar, apalagi kepemimpinan Pak Prabowo yang sangat mendukung soal perumahan. Ya, kami punya target mungkin bagi banyak orang membangun 3 juta dan merenovasi 3 juta adalah suatu hal yang mustahil, tapi dengan doa dan kerja keras, saya yakin membangun dan renovasi 3 juta rumah, apakah itu dilakukan oleh pemerintah, oleh BUMN, oleh developer, oleh masyarakat itu sendiri, tahun 2025 akan berhasil. Doakan dengan gotong royong kita bisa melakukan itu. Saya pikir arah ke sana itu sudah makin dekat. Tentu kerjasama di bawah pimpinan Pak Menko AHY yang banyak memfasilitasi kita pertemuan-pertemuan yang efektif. Kalau ada perlu koordinasi dilakukan dengan cepat. Dan saya yakin di bawah pimpinan Pak Menko AHY, infrastruktur akan bergerak cepat karena aturannya jelas, marketnya jelas, lahannya juga jelas, dan kita juga tidak segan-segan merubah aturan. Saya sudah sampaikan tadi, untuk rakyat kecil kita tidak segan-segan merubah BPTHB dari yang bayar jadi gratis, PPN yang bayar jadi gratis, PBG yang dari bayar jadi gratis. Itu sudah kita lakukan. Bank Indonesia sudah mensupport GWM dari 5% menjadi 4%, itu belum pernah setahu saya terjadi. Jadi itu adalah, jadi kita tidak boleh kalah dari masalah. Harus masalah yang kalah dari kekuatan kita bersama. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Bapak Marwarar Sirait. Very loud and clear on the commitment from the government of Indonesia to provide affordable housing that has good standard as well, and reaching an unprecedented number this year, which is 350,000, and also available housing that needs to be invested, but it is already cleared. So hopefully it opens more opportunities for PPP to provide housing for Indonesian citizens. Once again, thank you very much, His Excellency Bapak Marwarar Sirait. And also would like to welcome the Minister of Transmigration, His Excellency Muhammad Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanagara, who is already among us this afternoon. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of supporters and fans, apparently. And ladies and gentlemen, just like a house, it needs a community around it. Our next speaker will address the larger context of building thriving communities that are safe, equitable, and future-ready. And our next esteemed speaker will share their insights on a keynote entitled Building New Communities, Ensuring Safety and Prosperity for All. And as you know, let us now welcome him on the stage, the Minister of Transmigration, His Excellency Bapak Muhammad Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanagara. The floor is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang terhormat Pak Marwarar Sirait, Menteri Perumahan dan Kawasan Permukiman, tadi bagus sekali Pak terkait dengan paparannya. Mudah-mudahan akan lebih banyak investor yang akan masuk ke Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express my deepest appreciation to His Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, our Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development, for convening this vital and visionary forum. Let us begin with a powerful truth. In 1966, President Sukarno, quoting Ho Chi Minh, reminded us the best school for defense is the school of life. It's not theory that builds nations. It's not imitations that brings transformations. It is experience. It is resilience. It is knowing who we are and where we must go. Vietnam knew this. After a long war, they turned inward and rose again, slowly, steadily. From just 2% growth in the 1970s to over 7% today. How? Not through shortcut, through sheer will. They walk, and walk forward. So have we. Indonesia was born from the fire of 1945. We faced crisis, collapse, and come back. We've fallen, but we always rise. We thank God for Indonesia's natural beauty and resources. Not just a blessing, but a responsibility. We must protect it, manage it, and ensure its legacy endures. And now, under the leadership of President Prabowo Subianto, we are united in a bold mission to drive Indonesia's economy beyond 8% growth in the next 5 years. We are standing in a historic moment. Indonesia is experiencing a demographic bonus. Over 60% of our population is in productive age. This is our rocket fuel, or it becomes our greatest risk. If we fail to act, the consequences are clear. Young people with low income will never afford homes. Without decent income, they cannot access health care. They cannot educate their children. Talent will stay trapped into overcrowded cities, and a generation's potential will be lost. That is why transmigrations must transform. This is no longer just about moving people. It's about unlocking prosperity. It's about turning Indonesia's vast, untapped regions into new engines of growth. We call this new vision Transmigration's Patriot. We are building a model to empower the next generations, educations and skills training, living allowances and startup capital, productive land to own and develop, expert mentoring from researchers, academics, and practitioners, access to financing, technology, and real business partners. This is not about relocations. This is about elevations. We are not just distributing populations. We are redistributing talent, placing builders, creators, and innovators where they are most needed in the heart of Indonesia's future. This is how we turn our demographic bonus into national greatness. We are not just building new communities, we are building a new generation of leaders, not only for Indonesia, but for the future of the global south. Let me share a story. In Lemban Tongoa village, Sigi regions, Central Sulawesi province, farmers used to earn 3 million rupiah a month. By chance, Lukman, an educated coffee farmer from East Java, who had come as a humanitarian volunteer after the 2018 Palu earthquake, fell in love with the local coffee farmers in Lembang, Tongoa. He was moved to tears and made a promise to help improve their skill so the community could live in prosperity. After receiving training, the farmers optimized their highland coffee cultivations. Today, they earn 13 million rupiah per month. What has changed? Knowledge, mentorship, empowerment. This case study has strengthened our belief. Mentorship from educated people is essential for every transmigration community. This is why our president is investing massively in human capital. 200 sekolah rakyat per year, free for vulnerable children. 11,000 school renovations across Indonesia. 40 flagship Garuda High School. 20,000 scholarships in medicine, science, technology, engineering, and math. Because the true infrastructure of a nation is its people. at the Ministry of Transmigrations, we are proud to launch 5 transformations flags. First, Trans Tuntas, land that is legal, clean, and ready for growth. Second, Trans Local, empowering host communities to grow together. Third, Trans Patriot, shaping world-class patriotic youth. Fourth, Transkarya Nusa, mobilizing people for new value chains and jobs. Fifth, Trans Gotong Royong, building inclusive, resilient communities through collaborations. So, how will we deliver all this? Not alone. We are mapping out partnership with ministries, regions, communities, and investors. Because our land is vast, extensive, and full of promising. Our people are talented, and our potential is real. This year, we are deploying 2,000 scholars, researchers, and experts from 7 of Indonesia's top universities, such as ITB, IPB, UGM, UI, UNPAD, Undip, and ITS. Together, they form the Expeditions Patriot Team, a bold initiative to explore, study, and unlock the potential of our transmigrations areas. They will go deep into the field, identifying strategic sectors, natural resources, cultural assets, and infrastructure opportunities, to lay the foundations for future investments and sustainable development. Their mission is simple but powerful: to map what is possible and to pave the way for those who dare to build. And we feel we will follow through. Next year, based on their findings, we will grant 2,000 full scholarships from undergraduate to doctoral levels, from national and foreign universities, to educate and empower a new generations of leaders who will shape and manage these regions with visions and integrity. This is the future of transmigrations, not just relocating people, but relocating potential, purposes, and prosperities. We have over 3.1 million hectares of transmigrations land. 500,000 hectares remain open to become new economic zones. To support this, we have issued the Transmigrations Implementations Permit, a simpler, faster, and more legally certain framework for private sector engagement. And the world is already responding. Brazil and Spain are exploring cattle industries. Europe wants to partner in chocolate productions. China is eyeing advanced manufacturing. Some countries are looking at coconut processing. Indonesia welcome you all. So today, I extend these invitations to all of you, leaders, investors, innovators, change makers. Please join us. Be part of this once-in-a-generation transformations. Let us build new communities, not only for Indonesia, but as a model for inclusive development in the global south. Let us build these new communities together, communities that are safe, productive, and future-ready. As the world's fourth largest populations and a rising power, Indonesia has a duty to show that growth, equity, and dignity can go hand in hand. Through transmigrations, we are not just building new cities, we are redefining development. If we can turn forgotten lands into thriving centers of hope, if we can turn unemployed youth into builders of a better future, then we are not only building infrastructure, we are building destiny. Let's create a nation where no potential is wasted, where every region thrives, where our growth is strong, our future is sovereign, and our pride is shared. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister Surya Nagara, for your remarks. The true infrastructure of one nation is its people, and transmigration is not about moving people, but about unlocking prosperity. May we remember those key words when we talk about infrastructure for this nation. So once again, we appreciate your support, Minister Marwarar Sirait, as well as Minister Surya Nagara. Thank you very much for your support to this event. And ladies and gentlemen, we move forward right away with today's agenda. We invite you to remain comfortably seated here in the plenary hall as we move forward to the next one. And as we look ahead to our conversation, we turn to a theme that lies at the heart of urban well-being and social equity, infrastructure for livability, building communities of the future. A livable and resilient community begins at home with access to safe, affordable, and dignified housing, but housing alone is not enough. For communities to truly thrive, it must be accompanied by reliable access to essential services, education, healthcare, public transportation, digital connectivity, and opportunities for economic and cultural participation. And this session that we're about to have will explore on how integrated urban development linking housing, mobility, services, and culture can strengthen social welfare and support inclusive future-ready communities. We'll also hear how different stakeholders, including government agencies, housing developers, financial institutions, the private sector, and global partners are collaborating to drive innovative solutions and investments. And key issues to be addressed include transit-oriented development and urban connectivity, affordable housing financing and risk sharing, the integration of healthcare and social infrastructure, and how culture, creative economy, and tourism can enrich communities. All right, I guess we're ready to invite our moderator for this session. To lead this enlightening discussion, we are pleased to welcome our moderator, a partner at Capital Projects and Infrastructure, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Agung Wiryawan. Let's invite him to the stage and give a big round of applause for our moderator. And along with the moderator, let's invite our speakers for this session, President Director of PT Aviasi Pariwisata Indonesia Persero or InJourney, Ibu Maya Watono. Director of Risk Management and Legal of PT Perumnas, Bapak Nixon Sitorus. Founding Partner of Init6, Bapak Ahmad Zaki. CEO of Siloam Hospitals Group, Ibu Caroline Riyadi. Commercial Director of PT Bank Tabungan Negara Persero Tbk, Ibu Hermita. And Senior Urban Specialist of the World Bank, Mr. Luis Miguel Triveño Chanjan. We invite all speakers and moderators to be seated, and therefore I'll hand over this session to the moderator. Take it away.
Thank you. Check. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here to moderate this session. I'm Agung Wiryawan, a partner in Capital Project Infrastructure, PwC Indonesia. Distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Indonesia International Conference on Infrastructure, the organizing committees for arranging such a comprehensive and impactful conference. It's an honor for me to be part of this event and to moderate this important discussion. Let me first introduce the panelists. So, very keen to start the discussion, but let me start first with our panelists here. So, I have, Ibu Maya Watono, Selamat sore Ibu. President Director of PT Aviasi Pariwisata Indonesia, or in Journey. Business leader, mother of three, avid runner, and a passionate and dedicated leader with 18 years of experience in the marketing, aviation, and tourism industry. And also go to Pak Ahmad Zaki, the founding partner of Init6. Pak Ahmad Zaki is well known for founding Bukalapak, one of the country's first unicorns, which transformed digital commerce for small and medium enterprises. A graduate of Bandung Institute of Technology and HEC Paris, he played a key role in promoting economic empowerment through technology. And then after stepping down as a CEO in Bukalapak, he launched Init6, a venture capital firm supporting early stage startups, and which is with the intention to fostering inclusive innovation and creating business that uplift the communities. And next, Ibu Caroline Riyadi, CEO of Siloam Hospitals Group. She started her career in elementary education, teaching in public and private schools in the US and Indonesia. Later, she served as a lecturer at Pelita Harapan Teachers College, preparing future teachers to teach in rural, underprivileged communities in Indonesia. And 2012, started serving as Executive Director of Siloam Hospital Kebonjeruk, and in 2016, she was appointed as the CEO of the Siloam Hospital Group. Thank you for being here, Ibu. And then the next is Bapak Nixon Sitorus, Director of Risk Management and Legal of Perumnas. Pak Nixon is a seasoned professional in risk management, legal affairs, and corporate administration, with extensive leadership experience in several strategic state-owned enterprises. He has served as Director of Risk Management now in Perumnas, and before he was the Corporate Secretary and Chief Administration Officer at PT Jasa Marga. Thank you, Pak. And then Luis Miguel Triveno Chanchan, am I correct to pronounce your name? Yeah. The Senior Urban Specialist from the World Bank. Luis Triveno is a Senior Urban Development Specialist at the World Bank. Currently based in Jakarta, he is a Sector Coordinator for Urban Resilience and Land and Managers Indonesia Sustainable Urban Development Multi-Donor Trust Fund. And at the global level, he leads a number of global programs for resilient housing. And last but not least, Ibu Hermita, Director of Commercial Banking at PT Bank Tabungan Negara. So he has a number of career in number of banking, spans several decades with its significant tenure at the BNI, Bank Negara Indonesia, where she held various leadership roles, including Senior Vice President prior to her current role at BTN as the Director of Commercial Business. And thank you, Bu, coming here. Okay, before I start with the questions, I would like to give some context about the topic of today's session. It is about it's called the Infrastructure for Livability, Building Communities of the Future. So it's development of infrastructure must always center around the primary beneficiary, i.e. the people. And the development initiative should aim to enhance the quality of life and ensure equitable access to livable spaces for all communities. When we speak about the livability, we also consider the daily realities of the communities that we are serving. So do they need to commute daily to work? Are they seeking access to healthcare, education, and recreation? Or perhaps do they prefer a slow-paced lifestyle? Since the definition of livability varies, our interventions must be tailored to the needs of different user groups. A livable and resilient community begins at home, with access to safe, affordable, and dignified housing. However, housing alone is not enough. It must be supported by reliable access to essential services such as education, transportation, healthcare, and also opportunities for economic and cultural participation. Transit-oriented development is key to connecting residents to these services and enabling daily life that is accessible inclusive, and productive. Creative economy, along with the leisure, tourism, and activities, further enriches communities by fostering identity, social engagement, and local opportunity. Now, the session will explore how the integrated urban development, linking housing, mobility, services, and culture, can strengthen social welfare and support inclusive, future-ready communities. With that, I would like to kickstart with the first question to Pak Nixon. As the Perumnas has been leading in a number of housing initiatives, in particular for providing affordable housing, could you please provide or share your current development agenda to support the affordable housing?
Thank you, Pak Agung, for the opportunity to present Perumnas project in next 10 minutes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what is Perumnas' current development agenda to support affordable housing? As we can see, let's begin with the current concept landscaping. Although housing backlogs have decreased from 12 million in 2020 to 9 million in 2023, millions still live in inadequate conditions. Urbanization and rising land costs are major obstacles. DKI Jakarta, for example, has the lowest home ownership rate in the country. House price in Jakarta grows 19 times faster than growth of income. High house backlog caused by undersupply of affordable housing. Perumnas is actively supporting affordable housing through multi-pronged national development agenda, focus on scale, accessibility, and also inclusivity. There are 4 priority programs. Number 1 is large-scale landed housing. Number 2, vertical slum revitalization. Number 3, transit-oriented development. And number 4, urban vertical housing. As we can see, Perumnas has 18 project locations identified across Indonesia, from Sumatra, Java Island, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Bali, and Nusa Tenggara. We have planned over 154,000 housing units, in moreover 1,600 hectares in total area. This housing project tailored for 3 income segments. This one, MBR, low-income people, MBM, middle-income people, and MBA, middle-income people. So, how is Perumnas ensuring the public housing project that connected to essential infrastructure? Perumnas ensure infrastructure integration by adopting a holistic development, combining housing and construction with supporting facilities. As we can see, there are 3 strategies including 1, Perumnas built transit-oriented development. Housing is developed adjacent to the public transportation nodes, for instance, of commuter rail station, such as Margonda, TOD, Tanjung Barat TOD, Serpong TOD, and Parayasa. The strategy number 2, Perumnas proposed government-supported infrastructure, which called it PSU. Projects receive utilities such as electricity, clean water, sanitation, road and bridge from the government, directly funded where full infrastructure is built alongside the building. For example, we get PSU in Pasadena Landed House in Bandung, in Dermaga Bogor, Talang Kramat in Sumatra. Also, we have government supported in Center Point Apartment in Bekasi and in the Kemayoran, Jakarta. The strategy number 3 is Perumnas build commercial and social facilities. Project in corporate markets, we build school, parks, and commercial blocks. This will promote walkability, economic activity, and urban livability. Perumnas also have urban redevelopment programs. We ensure residents to have access to legal utilities and service for the first time. For example, we have revitalization in Sukaramai apartment in Medan since 2017. This location just one step to the center of Medan City, Columbia Asia Hospital, and the 15 minutes to the Kuala Namu Airport. We can see the video behind me. We built 2,300 units with studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 4 towers with 24 floors. This is the picture before the revitalization. In 2015, there are 14 towers, low-rise building. After that, we built 2 towers in 2017, in Barcelona Towers and Santorini Towers. And we moved the people from the old building to the new buildings in free. Okay, so what's the conclusion? What lesson learned does Perumnas have in implementing TOD and revitalization? Perumnas has gained key insights from its TOD implementation, particularly around stakeholder collaboration and social impact. There's 3 key success factors. Number 1 is strategic location, means proximity to commuter lines and transport hubs is crucial. Number 2, integrated planning, means housing must align with access, economic zones, and services. Number 3, government support. We backed by PSN status, infrastructure aid, and also incentive from the government. But there's 2 risks to mitigate. Number 1 is coordination complexity. Vertical TOD or revitalization needs strong collaboration across the sectors. Number 2 is a scalable challenge. We have to, early models must be adaptable and replicable for the future growth. That's from me, from us, Nixon Sitoris from Perumnas. Let's build the professional partnership and achieve greater heights together. Thank you, Pak Agung.
Thank you, Pak Nixon. So I think the key theme that you bring to this discussion that whenever that you develop your program, the housing, it should be under the consideration that it should be integrated. It's both in terms of the planning, also in terms of the executing. So all this actually part of this. How then you also collaborate with the other, stakeholders. So I think with that, I would like to go to the to Ibu Hermita first. this is still related with the providing the affordable housing. Understand that BTN also very, have a number of leading, program to support the affordable housing. So can you please elaborate, or you can share the insight in terms of how BTN support this infrastructure, especially on providing the affordable housing, Ibu?
Okay, thank you. Bank BTN fully support the governance new program to build 3 billion homes, especially on affordable housing. As a financing institution, BTN provides various products and facilities covering the housing ecosystem from start to finish, including, for developer, facilitating house search and mortgage subsidized and non-subsidized application for prospective home buyers through BTN property application. And then Bank BTN plays a central role in Indonesian affordable housing infrastructure. BTN is a leading mortgage provider in Indonesia and holds 82% market share of subsidized mortgage or FLPP. Offering digital ecosystem facilities for housing managers and residents, Bale by BTN by handphone, smart residents. Bank BTN also collaborates with developers and institutions to meet the housing needs of employees while assisting developers in accelerating sales through Bank BTN's digital ecosystem. And then BTN so flexible financing schemes such as low interest working capital loans, KMK property, financing lending for land, and for developer with repayment terms tied to unit sales or project cash flow have been introduced to support the sector. And partnership credit program provide to developer partners serve as an incentive for both developers and their collaborators to accelerate project development. And BTN have green housing financing. Since 2024, BTN has financed green housing projects in collaboration with 8 developers covering over 1,300 units and has disbursed subsidized mortgage KPR for environmentally friendly homes. In 225 target supporting 10,000 low emission housing units with a commitment to using at least 15% environmentally friendly materials per unit, driven as part of the national green economics effort. BTN provides support to developers low emission housing by offering discount on provision fees and incentive to encourage developers to construct subsidized housing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Hermita. So I think it's also quite critical for the financiers like BTN, to provide funding or financing to the, in particular, in providing affordable housing. So thank you for giving the insight, Ibu. So let me now go to because we now, focusing on the housing and affordable housing. As I mentioned also before, I think to develop the livable communities and building the strong foundation for a good basis for the people to live and also to grow. I think it's also quite important to talk how this development of housing integrated with the development of other infrastructures, including the healthcare, education, tourism, and other connectivities that can help the people to commute and to participate in a number of activities. So let me now turn to maybe Ibu Maya. Ibu Maya, I understand that InJourney has a lot of businesses, and I think the one that also have a very strong linkage is about the tourism infrastructure and airport.
Yes.
If you can share how the plan of InJourney in terms of integrating the airport and tourism infrastructure with housing, public transport, and public areas.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists. I think maybe I'll explain a little bit about InJourney because we are fairly new. We've been 3 years. We are the strategic holding company of state-owned enterprise in aviation and tourism. So under us, we have 6 clusters. We have the airports, and I will explain a little bit later about the connectivity and how that relates to housing and infrastructure. So we have the airports, we have aviation services, we have Tourism Development Corporation, or ITDC, that manages destinations all over Indonesia. We have InJourney Destination Management, who manages the heritage sites in Indonesia. We have hotels as well as retail, Sarina. I have a short video here, I think just to give everyone an overview on InJourney, and then I will explain also in relation to your question and how that relates to connectivity and infrastructure.
InJourney. We are building a new tourism ecosystem, integrating all our assets from airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events, and our creative industries. We work together in synergy to elevate Indonesia's world-class destinations and bring Indonesia's hospitality to the world. On the horizon, the finest international medical facilities are being prepared in a newly designated Health and Wellness Special Economic Zone in Sanur. InJourney has become the locomotive of Indonesia's economic revival, accelerating the development of 5 new priority tourist destinations, elevating Indonesia's tourism and creating immense economic impact for the nation. This is the power of synergy. This is the beauty of Indonesia.
Okay, so as we see, we have 6 clusters within InJourney. So firstly, InJourney Airports. This is Angkasa Pura Indonesia, which is a merger that we recently did between Angkasa Pura I and Angkasa Pura II. So now we have an integrated company that we manage 37 airports around Indonesia, and we aim to transform the airports in Indonesia as well as consolidate and standardize all the system and people and operations of the airports. Secondly, we have aviation services, which manages all the services on ground of aviation, so ground handling, facility support, catering, etc. for aviation. We have destination management, which manages heritage sites in Indonesia. We manage Borobudur, Pembangunan, Taman Mini recently also. Then we have the ITDC. We manage 3 major locations in Indonesia, Nusa Dua, Labuan Bajo, and Mandalika. For InJourney Hospitality, we aim to consolidate a lot of the state-owned enterprise hotels within one roof under InJourney Hospitality. Our new upcoming one is within the special economic zone in Sanur, which is the Meru and Bali Beach Hotel, and also InJourney Retail under Sarina. And this is the first time that Indonesia has consolidated the asset from the whole ecosystem of aviation and tourism. And this has never been done before. It's actually the largest in Asia. So we have about 160 million passengers go through our airport every year. We have almost 10 million destination people through our destinations, 49,000 staff, 102 trillion worth of asset, and it's the first time that it's consolidated under one holding company, under InJourney, under Danantara. So this, I think, is a momentum to actually, perhaps in the past, sometimes things are done in silo. Sometimes we work in silo in terms of, because I think when we talk about infrastructure, tourism, aviation, everything has to be connected. And connectivity is very, very crucial. I think to your question earlier, connectivity, how to elevate that in Indonesia, geographically, we have, 17,000 islands. We have 280 million people. So connectivity will always be an issue for us because of our geography. This is something that we need to overcome domestically, first also internationally, to bring inbound tourists into Indonesia. So this is our aim actually in Journey, how to elevate. And we know that in terms of tourism index of Indonesia, we are actually the highest tourism index in Southeast Asia. We're actually #1 in Southeast Asia, but unfortunately when we convert that to travel or share of wallet, we're #5 in Southeast Asia. So we know that then the potential isn't maximized. So how do we maximize? We maximize that through the ecosystem that we have so that everything works in hulu ke hilir, dari hulu ke hilir. So everything works in synergy. There's an integration between the connectivity. So maybe one example that I can give is recently with Borobudur, what we've done in Borobudur to reposition Borobudur also as a spiritual, cultural pilgrim tourism with the arrival of President Macron recently and our President, Pak Prabowo also, and to elevate the destination. But then we also have to, when we look at a destination, we have to look at a few ways to get to the destination. One of them is infrastructure, connectivity. So we need flights, we need roads, obviously, trains, different infrastructure and connectivity. We also have to look at the people and the hospitality and things like that. But when we focus on infrastructure, one thing that we have done, what we've attempted to do and still will do for the next couple of years is, one of them is our transformation of airports. This probably has been perhaps more visible to the public eye, the transformation that we've done in both Soekarno-Hatta and Ngurah Rai. Those two are the two airports that we've done the last year or so, a major transformation. One on a physical premise. So we've revamped Terminal 3, and we've also Terminal 2 and Terminal 1, and also in I Gusti Ngurah Rai Airport in Bali. Why the two airports? Because that equates to 80% of traffic in Indonesia. As a hub and spoke model that we built, that these two airports equates to 80% versus 160 million passengers every year. So these two airports itself, what we've done, so the one is the physical transformation. Of course, aesthetically, we would like to have the airport to be more beautiful because the airport is the gateway to our nation. But secondly, I think what's more important that it's not cosmetic. What we are doing in terms of the physical transformation is optimization of the airport itself. So with the optimization that we've done in Soekarno-Hatta, we are able to, currently we're at 55 million passengers. The limit before was 56 million passengers. Now we can actually cater 90 million passengers without actually the additional to build another terminal. So there's an efficiency in building another terminal, but what we're doing is rezoning. We're rezoning Terminal 3 as international hub, and then we're rezoning Terminal 2 as we've announced earlier as Hajj and Umroh terminal, specifically for Hajj and Umroh, and also then Terminal 1 for low-cost carrier. So then we optimize it that way. Same as what we've done in I Gusti Ngurah Rai. So initially the capacity is about 22 million. We are now able to cater for 35 million passengers coming into our airports. So the optimization is done not just for a cosmetic sake, but it's actually a physical transformation. And this, I think, has the impact, of course, again, Indonesia geographically being quite unique. We also have to look at intermode transportation. So sometimes, for instance, in Bali, in the airport has the capacity, but going out of the airport is a traffic jam. So then we have to look at solutions. Also work together with many different ministry. We work, of course, very closely with the coordinating minister of infrastructure and region, as well as Ministry of Transportation and other ministry to look at the infrastructure within and outside of the airport. So looking at an option of perhaps a water taxi in Bali through the ocean. And things like that. And then, so that's sort of the airport. And then secondly, for airport also, we're looking into kind of a data-driven technology transformation. So previously, everything was done manually, so we cannot predict about the flights. Now we have AI to do more predictive in the airport. And then the third one is a people transformation. People transformation is also something that's quite crucial and very important in Indonesia. We have 49,000 staff under InJourney, but also the ripple effect of economy for tourism. We know that tourism can create 25 million jobs in Indonesia. So aviation and tourism itself can create about a quarter jobs. So that also we push to ensure that that will help for the economic impact.
Thank you, Bu Maya, for your sharing about the what's happening in the InJourney group and the transformation that has been going now. So now I'm also with the same theme, how to create or how to make the development infrastructure integrated into her urban housing. But now I'm going to Ibu Caroline. This is related to the healthcare infrastructure. The question will be quite similar, how to build a seamless, integrated healthcare infrastructure with the urban housing.
Thank you very much, Pak Agung. Accessibility is a topic that is very close to our hearts and has a lot to do with what we've done in the past as well. We operate 41 hospitals and 70 clinics all across Indonesia, from the largest cities to very rural areas such as the interior in Papua. So I think two themes that I want to address. The first theme is on accessibility, and the second theme is on suitability. So when we talk about accessibility, it really has to do with quantity. Do we have enough? Now in Indonesia, it also has to do with distribution as well, because we're a country of a lot of islands. So the WHO recommendation for number of beds is 5 beds to 1,000 population. Indonesia is at 2 beds per 1,000 populations. If you go to like NTT, that's 0.9 beds to population, compared to OECD countries, which is who are at 7 beds per 1,000 population, and even Malaysia is at 1.9 per 1,000 population. So hands down, we need more. In order to even get to the WHO recommendation, we need to double or even triple. So this is a task that we all have together. As we develop townships, we need to be thinking about this as well. But number two is the issue of suitability. Now, providing healthcare access for a population of 10 million people will not be the same as if we were providing access to a population of, let's say, 200,000 population. There are a lot of cities in Indonesia that are about 200,000, 400,000 people. And so what do we do? How can we make this sustainable? So we categorize healthcare facilities or healthcare needs into a few categories, and this might help everybody think about what kind of a facility we need to put in all the townships that we're all building and supporting all together. So the first one is primary care. In primary care, we rely on clinics, on family doctors. This is the first line of defense. Puskesmas, which the Ministry of Health is trying to strengthen. The second one is urgent care. When you have your son has a high fever in the middle of the night, where do you go? Where's the emergency care facility? So that's the second category, urgent care. The third one is specialized care. It's covered by hospitals and specialized hospital. And then long-term care, such as palliative. And then you have nursing in this category and rehab centers as well. And then you go to remote care, because the trend is for care to be closer to the home, and in fact for care to be given in the home. So nowadays, many communities are looking at remote care, as in care given in the homes, and also through telemedicine as well. So, so the question, and so therefore, in Siloam, with our 41 hospitals, what we've done is we've categorized our hospitals into 4 archetypes for us to be more relevant to the communities that we serve. So our 4 archetypes are really targeted to the 3 segments in Indonesia, which is really the premium segment, the value seeker or the affordable care segment, and the BPJS, which we put into the category of community general hospitals. So the first archetype is premium specialist hospitals, catering to the premium segment of Indonesia, focusing on 1 or 2 specialties. So we have 6 hospitals in this category, MRCC for oncology, ASRI for uronephrology, really wanting to be the best in the country, the best even in the region, right? So that people can access care in Indonesia. The second category is premium generalist hospitals. Hospitals focus on the premium segment, but with more breadth. And so these are hospitals such as Kebonjeruk. We have 15 hospitals in this category. Value seeker hospitals, which is another 15 hospitals that we have in our network. Cities such as Jambi, cities such as Bangka. You can't have an MRCC, not yet, not with the population size. But you can have a solid value seeker, affordable care hospital there serving the needs of the community with primary care, urgent care, specialized care. And then the last category is community generalist hospitals serving towns and populations, really BPJS market. How can we operate sustainably and fulfill the needs of the community partnering with BPJS? So this is the 4th archetype. And this is what we all need to think about as we are developing and building more housing. So do we have examples? Absolutely, we have examples. So Pak Menteri used the example of Lippo Karawaci. And this is a township that started in 1990, and it's obviously a sprawling residential area. We operate 2 hospitals and 3 clinics there, and with a capacity of 500 beds. Now, that is a net positive medical tourism to that hospital, because we have people flying from all over Indonesia to access care to Siloam and Karawaci. So that is one example that we've done. Now, another example that we have done is also in smaller cities, such as in Jambi and Bangka and also Bogor. We have what's called mixed-use development. So within one building, there would be apartments and hospital, healthcare facility, and education, and retail as well. So it really is fulfilling all the secondary needs besides housing of the population that lives there. Now, the last example that I want to give is a very extreme remote context, which is Papua. We operate 7 clinics in the interior of Papua, in the mountainous areas, where we fly everything in by plane, by propeller plane, because there's no road access, no car access into these villages. They are villages of 200, 400, not 400,000, 400 people. No BPJS there, and yet we operate primary care facilities there. A clinic, a nurse, and a doctor. But by doing so, we've brought down the mother and infant mortality rate. We have brought down the prevalence of stunting through our stunting programs, infectious disease, and so forth and so forth. So my point here is that if we build accessibility and suitability, the right model for healthcare, every population should be able to have access to healthcare, and we can provide healthcare access sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Caroline. So I think we are approaching to the end. So let me give this to 2 gentlemen here. This is because we already hear from the developer or the player. Now I would like to also to hear from the investor point of view. Let me start with Pak Ahmad Zaki. So from your perspective, you know, as you are very active in the venture capital, what will be the role that you think like the venture capital can play in developing the local community?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone here talking about infrastructure as a physical, but I want to share a little bit different paradigm or that complementary to infrastructure as capital, which is the infrastructure of human, which is on top of the physical infrastructure. This is very important, and this is as I call it bahan bakar of the innovation, because a VC invests in innovation company is the talent, and I think that's why here also education is very important. Education institution. I think VC usually our thesis is we invest in the talent. For example, if we are in a class in a school, it's like we are betting on the smartest student. I'm betting on the salary of you in the next 10 years. That's where, when I remember when I got invested in 2011, I didn't realize that it's going to be a huge company. And nowadays, if you feel, there is a quote, sometimes people underestimate what they can do in 10 years, but they overestimate what they can do in 1 day or 1 year. People didn't realize that currently we cannot, we live in a technology era. We use a Gojek every day. We use Traveloka. It's infrastructure, and it's built by people. So my point is, people, talent is very important. Many companies already built by founders, tech startup. I can mention, I did a research 1 month ago, and I calculate, I think around 20 billion value created from this startup, from Gojek, Bukalapak, Traveloka, Tokopedia, Kredivo, Ruangguru, and in the middle we have so many like Fore, Tuku, Button Scarf, so many company built for the past 10 years, and this is built by founders, and they are very talented people, and they are very educated people. This is a different generation than old entrepreneur. This is more educated, and my point is education, talent is very important as infrastructure for the future generation on top of a physical infrastructure. Of course, technology without physical is nothing, right? But the key is human infrastructure, and we as a VC invest in, we in It6 already invest in around 35. We are a new player in this sector, but we believe this is like a seed. It's like 15 years ago when we start Bukalapak, or Nadim start Gojek, or Ferry start Traveloka. Now it's becoming a huge company and impacting many, and we need that kind of company. We need 1,000 of company like that, because that's where, they create job, like the driver, the developers, many jobs created from this new company.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Just go to the Luis Miguel. This is the last question. I know the time is up, but just one last question. So you're from the World Bank. So can we get your view on how the international development partners like the World Bank support cities in aligning infrastructure and investment with the needs of the population?
Thank you. So this is very hard to come at the end, because then all the good ideas were said already, and once or twice. So just to wrap up a little bit what we have heard. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution, right? So this is the bad news, and there are no shortcuts. There are only trade-offs. And what we have seen in the different countries we work is that how the countries navigate these trade-offs is key for success. Now the good news is that it can be done, but you need a plan. You need a plan, and this plan needs to be aligned with the country's vision. But the magic happens when two things happen. One is when you are able to stretch the money. You make every single government dollar of government investment mobilize 3, 5, 10. And that happens when you do two things. One thing is that you start spending the government budget in a smarter way. And when you are able to mobilize, when the cities are able to mobilize private capital investment. And the private capital investment is not going to come just by calling them. No, please come, right? No, they are going to come when they see the opportunity, when they see the returns, and when they can trust that their investments are going to deliver the results. And the way governments cities build their reputation is by having some the right reforms, some predictability, and the right investments, right, that can actually bring. There was one word that was mentioned before in the presentation from our tourism experience about how we tend to work in silos. And we have seen with infrastructure investment in cities that that's precisely not the direction that successful cities have gone. So integrated investments is one of the key aspects. Housing was mentioned at the beginning, and housing is actually a good temperature whether the cities got it right or not. Because housing, you may have good roads, but if you have no housing, you may have schools, but if you don't have safe housing, you're gonna have problems. So housing is actually a good thermometer whether a city or a country has actually good infrastructure, because actually it is housing what puts the infrastructure system under pressure, right? The commuting is the result of expensive housing in the city center, right? So how does the World Bank normally help? If you were sitting there, you were probably thinking, what does tourism have to do with health, and what does health has to do with TOD, and what does all this have to do with venture capital investment, right? So it is a multi-sector. Housing is actually like the terminal that connects to different sectors in the economy. So what we do at the World Bank is we do three things. We first try to help countries connect the dots, not just between sectors, but also between mandates, between ministries, between markets. And we try to help countries see the full picture across land, housing, and finance, infrastructure, climate. That's why in end of this month, in June 23, we are going to be launching Indonesia Economic Prospects. So if you have not gotten the invite, it would be great that we continue the conversation there, because we are going to talk a lot about housing. The second thing we do at the World Bank is we support institutional reforms, and that means reforming existing institutions, but not just about efficiency, but also about building systems that can scale, can serve everyone, and can earn the trust not only from families but also from investors. And investors that are not only national but foreigners too, right? Because Indonesia needs all the money it can get for its cities, for its housing, for its infrastructure. So, but this trust is built on predictability, is built on reforms. It's not built by a single actor or a single ministry. It's built as a country. Now, cities that have been successful, countries that have been successful, have been countries that have put around the whole society around a single objective. And that's why we see the 3 million homes program, for example, as one opportunity that Indonesia has to fix not only the housing piece, but also the infrastructure. And the last thing we do, and with it I close, is we help the cities and we help governments to co-create investable pipelines, right? So the next time, a mayor or a governor or a minister or a president is ready for the challenge, it's not just a big challenge or a big number, but it is a pipeline that can be delivered. Because that's also what builds trust, no? Not only just reform, it's also the trust of a country that delivers, of a private sector that delivers, of a government that delivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luis. That nicely wrap up the session. And thank you all panelists for the valuable insights. Let's give a round of applause to all panelists here. Thank you so much. So I'm returning it back to the MC.
Thank you very much to have led the moderated session, moderator, and we thank all speakers for the amazing discussion on this last discussion for the day. We invite moderator and speakers to come forward a little bit, just a few steps from the sofa to have a group picture together. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our deepest appreciation with a round of applause for this final session of discussion on the first day of ICI 2025. All right, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, speakers. We appreciate your time and insights. You may all return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's final session and marks the end of the first day of the International Conference on Infrastructure 2025. And on behalf of the organizing committee, the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development, we thank you for your presence, attention and engagement throughout the day. And if you have used the interpretation devices, don't forget to please return it back to the station where it is located nearby the door. And we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow for another day full of insight, collaboration, and innovation. And in the meantime, we wish you to have a pleasant evening. See you tomorrow on the second day of ICI 2025. I'm Rahma Alia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We, Hutama Karya, present our innovations in the construction industry with every changing era. Supported by the professionals in their fields, the latest construction technology operation techniques. We commit to generate best outcomes, aiming to deliver an equitable distribution of beneficial infrastructure for the entire country and build a bright future for our civilization. Our flagship infrastructure works from bridges, buildings, dams, and sustainable toll road infrastructures, showcasing our high commitment to protecting nature and the environment. We believe that our every step will shape our future, ensuring a developed future Indonesia. Hutama Karya, innovation for solution.
Impian untuk hidup yang lebih berwarna, lebih dekat, lebih berarti. Karena rumah bukan sekadar bangunan, tapi sebuah benih untuk masa depan. Ini visi kami untuk menjadi pengembang pemukiman dan perumahan rakyat terpercaya di Indonesia. Bersama sejumlah lembaga terkemuka, Perumnas menyatukan impian dan menenun harapan kepemilikan rumah bagi setiap anak negeri. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menciptakan dunia bagi benih muda untuk tumbuh, belajar, dan berkembang. Perumnas, sebuah simfoni mimpi di mana setiap sekatnya membawa benih harapan akan masa depan yang lebih cerah. Bersama, kita bisa mewujudkan impian di tanah air tercinta.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Ini cerita akselerasi kita yang selalu aja ada tantangan pas kita lagi melesat.
Berat banget ya.
Mau nyerah aja. Enggak kan?
No lah, big no.
Bagus. Ini waktunya akselerasi. Makin banyak tantangan, makin banyak jalan. Ya nggak sih?
Yoi!
Asal
Niat!
Nah, gitu. Kalau mau berakselerasi itu harus rame-rame.
Rame ini.
Yes! Mantap!
Menyala bangku!
Yeah! Gak cuma sekedar wujudin mimpi, tapi ciptain inovasi. Semangat akselerasi ngedorong kita untuk terus berkolaborasi, biar ngasih impact positif buat bangsa Indonesia. Ayo, wujudin swasembada energi dengan terus berakselerasi tanpa henti. Pertamina, energizing the acceleration, energizing you.
Perubahan pasti terjadi. Tak bisa dihindari, taklukkan semua ambisi. Berjalan seiring perubahan, jelajahi semua kemajuan zaman. Tunjukkan pada dunia, kita mampu berelevasi jadi bangsa yang luar biasa.
Tumbuh kembang kami juga memberikan makna dan arti. Betapa pentingnya peran kami yang tak pernah lepas dalam hadirkan konektivitas. Kami yakin dan mampu untuk terus lewati batas dan merajut konektivitas. Indonesia.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. From airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap hasil yang kami ciptakan adalah komitmen dari tanggung jawab kami menjawab perubahan. Perubahan menuju masa depan yang lebih baik, menciptakan mimpi menjadi kenyataan, mimpi bagi banyak orang, dan memberikan solusi untuk kemudahan. Kami merupakan manufaktur kereta api yang terintegrasi pertama di Asia Tenggara. Fokus kami adalah menghasilkan produk yang berkualitas tinggi di bidang perkeretaapian. Kami adalah mitra untuk membangun masa depan. Kami terus menatap ke depan untuk terus berinovasi, mengembangkan visi besar, membangun industri transportasi yang lebih baik.
When convenience is out of reach, only limitations remain. Constrained business navigation limits the potential growth. In business, flexibility is everything. It's time to unleash your business potential beyond limitation. BNI Direct is here to provide solutions. One unified digital platform with a diverse financial solutions to elevate your business to a whole new level. BNI Direct, directing your business to new heights.
Indonesia is the world's largest island country, consisting of over 17,000 islands. This would be a special agency to manage and guarantee the availability of land, to control the land, to manage the land use for economic development, including for public infrastructure, housing, investment, and agrarian reform. Land Bank Authority is a special agency or sui generis entity established by the central government in December 31st, 2021, given special authority to manage land.
Latar belakang berdirinya Badan Bank Tanah karena adanya ketidakseimbangan yang besar antara permintaan dan persediaan tanah, sehingga perlunya peran pemerintah untuk menguasai, mengendalikan, dan menyediakan tanah bagi pembangunan dan pemerataan ekonomi.
In line with responsibilities given by the Indonesian President and Land Bank Committee of 3 ministers, Land Bank Authority has a vision and mission to be a catalyst for Indonesian economic growth. Land Bank Authority vision is to become a trustworthy land manager based on good governance to guarantee economic growth and economic equality. Land Bank Authority mission is to carry out various efforts related to land bank operational for public interest, social interest, national development interest, economic equality, land consolidation, and agrarian reforms, as well as improving community welfare to provide employment. Land Bank Authority is given special authority by the central government to following functions, specifically planning, land acquisition, land procurement, land management, land utilization, and land distribution.
Harapan Badan Bank Tanah yaitu menjadi lembaga yang terpercaya dalam rangka menciptakan ekonomi berkeadilan di bidang pertanahan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat.
With the responsibilities given to Land Bank Authority, we are confident we can increase the economic growth and justice for Indonesian citizens.